everybody. Hey, welcome. If everybody could just kind of take their seats, shuffle in, relax. If we could close the door, that would be awesome. Great. Okay. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of BSides Vegas. Thank you for being with us today. As you can see, we are here for an awesome talk. Trust me, I'm a robot. We have Nimrod Stoller and Copenhagen, who will talk to you about some amazing stuff. Just a couple housekeeping matters. Number one, please, no recording, no anything like that. We're taking care of that for you. Besides photos, if you want to take photos with anybody, you have to ask their permission, so we've got that. Also, please check your cell phones. We all have cell phones, and nobody wants to hear yours for the next hour, or mine, so just do a quick check. So without any further ado, I'm going to let the people you're here to see take it away. And thank you for being here again.
Okay. All right, so hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here. We are extremely excited to be here with you today. With me here is Nathaniel Copenhagen. And my name is Nimrod Stoller, and we are both security researchers from CyberArk Labs, which is located in Israel. This session today is about the research we conducted on the Blue Prism robotic process automation platform. This research yielded 8 CVEs in different severities, ranging from medium to critical. And today we will be publicly disclosing for the first time 3 of these attack vectors, the full attack vectors, which yielded 3 of those CVEs. So today, in this session, we'll be talking about what RPA is, how Blue Prism is going into the picture, where all the secrets are. But first, we want to answer the question here on this first slide. And the question is, how do we know we can trust robots without secrets? How do we know if we see a robot? How do we know if the robot is trustworthy enough that we can trust it with our most guarded secrets? So in public, we can say that robots are either faultlessly loyal Victorian butlers or psychopathological killers. So we can take, for example, Isaac Asimov's positronic brain robots with their 3 laws of robotics. You have the 3 laws, well, a very short version of the 3 laws here on this slide. So these 3 laws of robotics are simply carefully engineered safeguards put in place by Asimov in order to prevent robots from harming humans. It was Asimov's way of creating ethical robots, robots that would not only protect human lives, but also human interests. So if we look into our 2 types, the loyal butler type and the psychopathological type, which one would be Isaac Asimov's robot? Can you help me here? Or it probably, yeah? Yeah, it'd probably be the first type, the loyal butler type. And we might just consider letting Isaac Asimov's robots in on our secrets. And what about HAL 9000? Was HAL a trusted robot? Would we trust HAL without secrets? So HAL 9000 is a sentient artificial intelligence computer that controls every aspect of the Discovery 1, which is on a mission to explore Jupiter and interacts with the human onboard crew, astronaut crew. So in the Space Odyssey, bad instructions given to HAL directly from the White House, believe it or not, caused HAL to kill the entire human crew for the conservation of the mission. So in this case, which type of robot would HAL be, or would HAL fit? So it would be the second type. So HAL is probably the psychopathological killer type, and no secrets for HAL. Anyone here recognizes these robots? Okay, maybe 3 or 4, great. So these are the Daleks, or the formidable Daleks, from Doctor Who, the British science fiction television program, broadcasted since 1963, with over 800 episodes today, and still broadcasting today. So as soon as the Dalek robots were created, they exterminated, as they like to say, their scientist creator, and it was due to his specific command to them, that they should become the strongest, most powerful in the universe. Well, according to the Daleks' logic, in order to become the most powerful in the universe, they must kill all those who are stronger. And of course, their creator is by definition stronger. So again, the Daleks are probably the second type, the psychopathological killer type, and no secrets to the Daleks. So if we try to answer the question, can we share our secrets with the robots, we can answer it by looking at their programming. After all, every robot is a computer, and computers use some kind of logical programming. So if we can somehow get a good, deep, thorough understanding of their software, we may be able to tell if we can trust robots, if robots are trustworthy enough, that we can share our most guarded secrets with. In cybersecurity, we call this process reverse engineering, or software reverse engineering. And this is what we did in our research, and this is what we're going to show you here. So we talked a little bit about robots, but we said that our research was on robotic process automation. So what's robotic process automation? Well, first things first, unfortunately, there are no real mechanical or electromechanical robots involved in robotic process automation. RPA is not about physical robots. It is a software technology that makes it easy to build, deploy, and manage software robots, robots that emulate human actions while interacting with existing digital systems and software, most of which are Windows applications. Now, these interactions usually have some kind of a keyboard injections, key injections, or mouse clicks, and this is how the robots actually emulate how humans interact with those existing enterprise applications. So many industries are currently benefiting from RPA, from banking and finance, through healthcare and medical applications, human resource management, manufacturing, customer service, all with one common denominator, which is the extensive use of enterprise credentials. If we want robots to log in, access, and control those existing enterprise applications, we must place those credentials, secret passwords, in the hands of the robot. So we talked a little bit about what RPA is, and now we had to choose, in our research, we had to choose a target. So we looked a little bit about the market, and we found that there are 3 large vendors in the market. One of these was Blue Prism, which eventually we picked, and also Blue Prism was also named a leader in that market by both Forrester and Gartner. So it was an easy pick for us, and we just went online and downloaded their trial software from their website, which was just the full software, the full-fledged software with a trial license. So looking into the Blue Prism platform, we could see that it was based on the Microsoft .NET framework and written mainly in C#. And here we have the architecture. So the architecture of the Blue Prism platform is based on 4 components. First and foremost, and our prime target, is the application server, the Blue Prism application server. This is where all the magic occurs and where the logic behind the Blue Prism platform is stored and implemented. The application server is heavily relying on an MS SQL database server. This is where all the users, the configurations, the business processes are the code that eventually runs on the robots. And of course, all enterprise credentials are all stored in the database server. Now, the application server may be actively accessed by 2 components. So we have the interactive clients and the Blue Prism runtime resources. So interactive clients are the users' machines, the machines that are used by human users in order to set up, control, configure the entire platform. You may look at it as the graphic user interface, or maybe the terminals that are used to access the application server, and the application server itself is off limits to all users. The second here is the runtime resources. Well, these are the robots. These machines receive their commands or code directly from the application server. They would run that code, again, in order to log in, access, and control those external existing enterprise applications. And of course, at one point or another, we should have clear text credentials in those robots, in those runtime resources, and those credentials will be, again, transferred from the application server. So we're always interested in secrets and credentials, so how are these handled in the Blue Prism platform? So the Blue Prism is using asymmetric encryption in order to encrypt and decrypt critical data on their platform. That means that there is only a single key, one master key, that is used both to encrypt and decrypt that information. So this key will be stored on the application server's file system inside an object that we'll see in a minute that is called encryption scheme. So in the encryption schemes, we may have the name of the encryption scheme, the algorithm used, and of course, the key or the master key used. So this will be on the application server. The password and credentials, on the other hand, and all other critical information will be encrypted and stored on the database server. This makes sense because if somebody gets their hands on the database, they will only have encrypted information that they cannot use. And such an attacker would have to find a way to get those encryption scheme keys from the application server, and that's not easy.
So, after Nimrod talked about the components in Blue Prism platform, we need to talk a little bit about how those components communicate each other. The Blue Prism architecture is implemented using Microsoft Windows Communication Foundation, WCF. It is part of Microsoft .NET framework, and it makes the development of an endpoint easier and less time-consuming. Let's see how it's done in our case. So, as Nimrod said, we have the interactive clients and the runtime resources, which are WCF clients. We also have the application server, which called WCF service. Between them, we have a service contract, that contains operation contract. The operation contract defines the parameters and the return type of the operation. In our case, the service contract is a C# interface, and its implementation is a class on the application server itself that implements all the methods, the operations. So when the WCF client calls the operation, the WCF framework takes the parameters and transform it into a transmittable format and send it over the network to the WCF servers. Then the WCF framework on the WCF service, the application server, transforming back to the parameters, like a data object, .NET object, and calls the operation. And after it runs, the result transform again to a transmittable format and sent to the client. So, as Nimrod said, we managed to download the Blue Prism platform, and we looked inside. In our case, the WCF, the service contract, is an iServer interface. And those all the operations, there are many more. And the implementation of it is a CLS server. It's a class that implements the iServer. So when the client calls an operation, it basically uses it as a normal object instance of the iServer itself. And it calls it like a regular object and use its methods, and the WCF framework handle everything. So before we continue and dive into our attacks, we need to talk a little bit about .NET executables. .NET executables aren't like any other executable. They don't contain native binary code. They contain intermediate language called MSIL, Microsoft Intermediate Language. And when it's executed, there is a just-in-time compiler in the .NET framework that translates it into binary code that's executed by the CPU. And now we can talk about, and this is one of the features of the MSIL. It can be transformed back into source code very easily using a reflection tool called DNSPy, or there are any other tools, and it can be debugged like step by step.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nathaniel. So finally, we've reached our first attack, and here we will try to define our attack surface, and from there, see if we can try and steal those encryption master keys that we discussed before. So first, we started looking into the .NET application using DNSPy, which shows us the actual source code that Blue Prism developers see. And we soon found out that the application server, which is our prime target, was pretty well protected. However, it seems to us that the application server, to some extent, is willing to communicate with any WCF client on the domain. So that means that even unauthenticated WCF clients are able to call each and every one of the server, the WCF server, the application server's methods. And this now became strategically our attack surface. So our goal was now to somehow disguise ourselves as a WCF client on the network, on the domain, and try whatever whatever server methods we could in order to somehow make the application server misbehave. So let's first look at an example of such a method. So as I said, every unauthenticated client, WCF client, on the domain can call create credentials if it knows the correct parameters it should provide. Now, this is the server side. So what the server is going to do, if a WCF client calls create credential, it will first execute check permissions here in red. Now, check permissions would check if the calling WCF client is indeed authenticated with Blue Prism. And if it is, it will load the secure method in yellow, secure method preamble, and compare the permissions of the client with whatever is written in the secure method. So if I'm a WCF client and I'm authenticated, then only if I have the permission security manage credentials, then check permissions would allow the continuation of the methods. In any other case, check permissions would return an exception and the execution will be stopped. Another example of a CLS server, class server method is this unsecured method. So we can find a number of cases where the server, the application server, should allow unauthenticated WCF clients to actually run code on the server. An example is, of course, the login method. So as we can see, the login method does not have a check permissions call, and the preamble is unsecured method. So this is another example. So we had to go over all of those dozens and dozens and dozens of methods, server-side methods, and trying to find the one that would make the application server misbehave. Well, after maybe 3 or 4 passes, we found this. OK, let's zoom in. So as you can see, this method is get encryption schemes. That's interesting because this is what we wanted. We can also see that it is in the wrong place. It is physically inside CLS server, but we can see that it belongs to iServer. So that's an anomaly. That's weird. Now, what get encryption scheme does is it gets the database connection, and it calls the local get encryption schemes with the connection and true. So we wanted to know what that true means. So if we dig into get encryption schemes here, we will see that the true is include key. And this true value will be transferred on, and eventually, get encryption schemes would not only return all the encryption schemes of the Blue Prism platform, but also include those master keys that we discussed earlier in that collection that is returned, this one. So the only question we have left is, can an unauthenticated client actually call this server-side function or method? So let's see a demo. So here, the attacker, we are user 1, and we are not a user in Blue Prism, so there's no way we can authenticate ourselves. We are user 1. So this is the code that we downloaded, the client code that we downloaded from Blue Prism. And we run it as it is. We just added a line there. You will see that in a minute. Now you can see that we are pre-login, so we are pre-authenticated. Login is only after us. We added this line, the server get encryption schemes, and try to call it. So again, we may get an exception, but of course, no, we received 2 encryption schemes. Again, we are an unauthenticated WCF client. Let's look into the first encryption scheme here. So this is the default encryption scheme, the one that is used to encrypt and decrypt all credentials on the system. And we're going to test the key here if it actually decrypts credentials from the database. So we're going to copy the key that we received. That's the key. We're just going to copy it. And we've written a small application that attempts to decrypt using the key. It's an AES key, and the credential we copied from the database. And wow, this is a secret. So our attack was successful, and we got the correct master key. So that's great. So we have the master keys in our hand. But coming to think of it, it's like having half of a treasure map. And we probably won't be able to find the treasure without the other half being the encrypted credentials. So we started thinking about how we can chain other attacks with this attack that steals the master keys. And then we thought, well, where are those encrypted credentials stored? They're stored in the MS SQL database. So why not run an SQL injection on it?
SQL injections. SQL injections are one of the most known, oldest, and dangerous attack known. SQL injection is an attack where malicious code inserted into a string and then passed to a database for execution. There are known ways to prevent SQL injection is to use very strict input validation and also use parameterized queries. The Blue Prism platform used those rules religiously, and we went through the code several times, all of it, and we didn't find any point where we can actually inject SQL. So this is why we went to the stored procedures. Stored procedures are a set of SQL statements that are stored in the database and then can be reused and shared between applications. It also allows the developers use pre-written queries that already approved. There is another security aspect here. It allows accessing part of a table without direct access to the table itself. This is a partial list of the Blue Prism stored procedures. We went through all of them, and we didn't find even there any point we can actually inject code. But then we found the system stored procedure in red. This folder contains default stored procedures that come with the MS SQL installation by default. So we went in there and we found this stored procedure, SPSQL exec. It receives a string through the parameter P1 and then executes it. The only question now, can we call this stored procedure through the Blue Prism application? So we went through the code again, and we found this method, getChartData. It's a secured method, so we need to be a user in the Blue Prism platform, but we don't need any special permissions. We can be any user in the system. Inside, it receives data source name, which is the stored procedure name, and the dictionary param. Then it connects to the database and calls the local method, this getChartData. And inside, it calls the stored procedure using the params dictionary. Let's see how we can use it. So we are in the Blue Prism interactive client, and as you will see in a few seconds, we are a user in the system, but without any roles or permissions. So we can be any user in the platform. On our attacking server, we have HTTP server that will save PowerShell code, and we have reverse shell netcat in listening mode. This is the MS SQL server. As you can see, the IP address ends with 148. And yeah, so this is our patched client. We run it and we call the getChartData method. And we call the SP SQL exec and use a P1 parameter with our payload. Our payload will request in HTTP the PowerShell right here. It will request the PowerShell script, a PowerCut. It's an implementation of netcat in PowerShell. And then it will execute it and connect to our reverse shell. And here we have basically a reverse shell with anti-authority system on the SQL server itself. Thank you. Thank you. So, some conclusion for this attack. First of all, as you can see, SQL injections are very impactful. In our case, we have access to all encrypted credentials. And with the attack that Nimrod just showed us, we can basically decrypt them. So great, we have credentials. We also have code execution on the robot, the runtime resources, because their codes, the process codes, are stored in the database. And also, we have elevated remote code execution on the MS SQL server. Now, we are going to our third attack, our last attack. In this attack, our target is to access the heart of the Blue Prism platform, the application server itself, and we're going to use insecure deserialization. For those of you who never heard about insecure deserialization, we can take, for example, Equifax, that at 2017, they announced that over 143 million personal data of their customers has been compromised. This was due to an insecure Java deserialization that allowed to run code on their servers. Let's see how it's done in our case. So, as we said before, we have our clients, our interactive clients and runtime resources. And we have the application server. The client, the WCF client, is calling an operation, and the WCF framework transforms it into a transmittable format. In our case, a SOAP XML. This transformation called serialization. Then it sent over the network, and on the application server itself, the WCF framework there transform it back into data object. This is deserialization. In our case, we have those clients, but we have a compromised client. And when the client calls the operation, the WCF framework transform it, serialize it into SOAP XML, but then the attacker inject his own payload to this XML. Then it's sent over the network, and the WCF framework deserialize the malicious payload to and pass it to the application server. But this deserialization happens before we even run the application server code itself. So we don't need any permissions to do this. Now, when we are talking about serialization, we need to talk about serialization engines, serializers. In WCF, there are two majors. One, data contract serializer and net data contract serializer. The net data contract serializer include object type information in its SOAP XML, and this is why it's more permissive. So we went through the code, and we found several methods that use net data contract serializer. This will be our attack surface. Next, we need to find a point where we can actually inject our payload and it will be serialized without any errors. So we scanned those methods that use net data contract serializers, and we found that some of them use the type session runner schedule. This type is very interesting because inside it, it has an attribute, abort lock, that is an object type, which means it acts like a wildcard and can be any object we want. So when a client calls one of those methods using session runner schedule, it looks like this basically on the wire. This is how the SOAP XML look like. It's very big, so those are fragments. We have the header and we have the body of the SOAP XML, and inside we have the, data for the operation. And inside we have the session runner schedule and the abort lock, and here we want to inject our payload. Let's see how it's done.
Okay, great. So this is our demo for the deserialization attack. Now again, we are completely unauthenticated. In this case, as Nathaniel explained, everything happens a lot of time before the Blue Prism application server even gets control. So this is our application server at user 6. And we're going to show that we cannot be authenticated. We are not a user. Again, user 1 is not a user on the Blue Prism platform. This is the scheduler create schedule method that we're about to use. And as Nathaniel explained, we will be injecting our malicious payload inside this class here, the session runner schedule, and we're going to use the object abort lock. So this is the code that we're injecting, and again, we're unauthenticated. We're just creating the session runner schedule and calling scheduler create schedule. And after it will be serialized by the WCF client. Okay, this is the, again, we've seen this. This is the attacker command and control, both sides. So once the WCF client serializes that information, this small application of ours is going to intercept that SOAP XML byte data and replace abort lock with our malicious payload. This is the SOAP XML data. We have the header and the header, whatever. And here, the application server at 1:45 requested the PowerCat script. And we have a reverse shell on user 6 and over the application server. And since the application server is running elevated, we are also admin. We are running in the context of an admin inside the application server. And again, we are completely unauthenticated WCF client on the domain. So final conclusions and mitigations. So about 4 months ago, CyberArk Labs did a full disclosure of 15 attack vectors, that's it, that we discovered and communicated to Blue Prism. Since then, we have been in continuous contact with the Blue Prism security and technical teams, and in collaboration to fix the reported attacks and release software patches to customers. As we've seen, RPA is indeed very sensitive. Human operators have MFA, multi-factor authentication. They can change their own password when they are instructed to, and they are less predictable than software robots. Robots, on the other hand, are one-dimensional as far as their identities are concerned, with no real possibility for multi-factor authentication. This makes them more susceptible, a lot more susceptible, to attacks such as the ones we've shown here. Another point that we would like to mention here and Nathaniel talked about it a little bit, is that RPA application server practically runs code on the robots. By taking over the database or the application server, an attacker gains complete control over the robots and all credentials used by the robots. Credentials are downloaded in clear text to the robots. So if robots are the puppets, the application server is the puppeteer. So due to all we said above, enterprises should take recommended vendor practices as a must and be sure to deeply and thoroughly understand the security implications if recommended practices are not followed. Because of the sensitivity, we should always use defenses in depth. This may be the difference between a successful attack and a failed one. So, for example, we should use network monitors wherever possible. We should use endpoint protections, such as EDRs, XDRs, and of course, protect credentials by placing them as much as possible in external credentials vaults. Questions? Yeah.
Do you think moving to certificates would be at least one step forward? So then we can cryptographically authenticate both the client and the server versus passing credentials around.
Can you repeat the question a bit
Would
louder?
moving to certificate-based authentication, so we can cryptographically authenticate both clients and servers, do you think that would move something forward versus passing credentials around?
I think these are two different issues. Blue Prism is already using certificate-based authentication with TLS on both client and server, but it didn't stop us here because the application server was willing to accept us as a WCF client anyway. The only issue here was with the encryption schemes used to encrypt critical data on the application. So I think these are two different things.
I think it's an architecture issue.
It may be.
Yeah.
Can you pull up that server code block where it runs the deserialized payload again? That was I'll have that up just pretty briefly.
Sorry, come again? Where?
Pull up the block of server code that was running the deserialized payload.
The block of the...
This one?
No, the server side code that runs the deserialized payload.
The server side. You mean this interface?
Yeah, the actual listener, the receiver method.
So the listener receiving it is in the WCF framework. It's not part of the code of the application server itself. It's before this with .NET DLLs. This is where the serialization happened and the deserialization.
Let me try to make it a little bit clearer here. The thing is, the Blue Prism application server is expecting to receive parameters. It's expecting to receive string name or the session runner schedule, right, as a parameter. Now, the entity that is in charge of providing this parameter is the deserializer. So deserialization happens before even the Blue Prism code starts running.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Is there a specific requirement where the Blue Prism application server and the database server was running as system? Because that seems to be an issue as well.
It may be. The database server was indeed running as a system, but it may be an issue. But in any case, the fact that we managed to get SQL injection and remote code execution on the SQL, MS SQL server means at least that we have access to all the credentials. Because with the SQL injection, we can do other things rather than remote code execution. We just thought remote code execution was the nicest thing we can do. But the idea is that if we have SQL injection, we can extract all the encrypted credentials and then decrypt them using the master keys that we stole in attack one. So that was the idea.
We've got about 10 minutes left. Are there any other questions?
Have you guys looked at other RPA tools? Blue Prism obviously is one of the big ones, but have you looked at any of the other ones, or?
No. We had a mandate for one, but we may be in the future. I'm not sure.
Hello, Nimrod. I'm probably throwing myself under a bus here, but there is representation from Blue Prism here, so if any guys want to have a chat with us afterwards, we're here, and we're more than happy to have a chat with you. And just a quick note to Nathaniel and Nimrod, it's been a pleasure. You know, there was some stuff that came out of it, but we've worked together, and it's been great.
Same here.
Thank you very much.
Great.
I was just interested in the payload that was used to get through the deserializer.
Yeah, that's a good question. Internet?
So the payload is basically a payload in data of net data contract serializer. You can use it for with like ysoserial.net, but you need to customize it a little bit because it's not a complete SOAP XML like the ysoserial, for example, give you. You need to a little bit play with it to build it, but it's a basic payload. It's not like any complicated one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to BSides Las Vegas Common Grounds. This talk is Understanding, Abusing, and Monitoring AWS AppStream 2.0, given by Rodrigo Montoro from Tempest Security. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, PlexTrack, and Google. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, use the audience microphone that I'm holding so that way YouTube can hear you. And as a reminder, the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in the frame. These talks are being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. And we would like you to please keep your masks on at all times.
All right. So first, thanks BSides for having me here. I'm going to talk about understanding, abusing, and monitoring AppStream. If you look, like, the monitor is in bold. And so, like, my main goal is the monitoring part, but to do the monitor part, I need to do the offensive part, right? But my main goal is to find the monitor part. My name is Rodrigo. I'm Spooker Labs. I do research and threat detection engineer at Tempest Security in Brazil. And I live in the south of Brazil. It's a beautiful place. If you want to visit Brazil, Florianópolis is an island, so it's pretty good to be there. Proud dad and husband. In my spare time, I do a lot of sports. I used to do Ironman, but if you could look for me, like, I'm not doing anymore, like, too big for that. And my Twitter handle is Spooker.
And the motivation about that it started when a company called Tempest about an incident response that was happening. And they told us, like, we got owned by an AppStream instance that we used to have administrator access role attached. And so when I was on the call, my first thought was like, what is AppStream? Like, that time I have never heard before. And my second thought was like, if that company was our security operations center company, would you detect that? And the answer was no. And so I started to figure out, oops, I think we need to start to improve our detections. And with that in mind, I started to study a bit about AppStream and talk with Ashish from Crowd Secure Podcast. And we started thinking like, maybe it's time to try to do some uncommon threat detection response for AWS for uncommon service. Because like we have a lot of works like for EC2 instance, S3, RDS, and Lambda, and more common service. And when we're talking about the AWS service, we have around 300 services. And so there is a lot of room and a lot of opportunities for the attackers. And so as a defensive guy, I started to figure out, okay, and so this talk, this research is a kind of proof of concept, like what we should do with uncommon service or service that you have in your environment, but you are not monitored by some reason, and show like what you have, a lot of opportunities that you have here, and how we could try to detect or maybe mitigate or improve our security. So I did a very brief agenda. So introduction, AppStream, right? Some recon and attack flow, like the way that I built this research. And as I said, like I'm a defensive guy, and so like I'm not the, maybe there is another way to do the attacks, but I'm just based on my basic scenarios. And so some scenarios abusing some parts, like this is not about finding vulnerabilities at the service, it's about using the service and the features, right? And so the important part for me, like since I do threat detection engineer, like the monitor and detection and mitigate, and some future work and conclusions. So introduction to AppStream. So what is AppStream? I got a couple of words and messages from the documentation. So it's a desktop application for anywhere. So anywhere means like anyone could get inside that or use that. Like the applications run inside your VPC and subnet. So that's cool. Like I could put some application, maybe some legacy application into my cloud environment, and I have access to the VPC and the subnet, so I will attach to that. But look on the attack side, what's the problem? Like lateral movement. So I could get inside, break the perimeter, and get network access. And so X data and resource that you have in your account. And so that's pretty cool because I have a legacy application that needs to connect to my RDS by some reason, and so it's there. I could connect to the RDS, so I attach a role that has permission to RDS. And like this is pretty cool, but in the view of the attacker, it's pretty good too, because if I break that, I could access that in resource, right? Integrate with your Active Directories, like pen testers love Active Directories because you always have problems, right? And GPU processing, so we have good processing there, like maybe the crypto mining guys would love to have some access. And so how does it work? Like basically you have a builder part and you install your Windows or Linux or what you need. You build your operation, all the stuff you need, and you create the users, you create the fleet instance, and so the user will have access to that application or that OS. Like a better image, like it's from a presentation from Amazon. Like, so basically you have the image builder part, so they have some pre-built applications, but you could just install a Windows and do what you need to create application. And so after you work here, everything ready, you go to the snapshot, and it will go to the image registry. And so you could add to the fleet. And so fleet is where you do some outscaling, like you could do like the things so the users will always have that application read. And so the user will connect to the fleet, and you have the stack part that you could do some persistence data, cloud storage, use S3, and because when you access, you do your things, and so the instance is terminated. So we don't have persistence data, and so you have this opportunity here. Most of my research of this proof of concept, I didn't get all the steps here already. Mostly, I'm talking about the image builder only and the image. I have a bunch of stuff to do here. And even if I had the time to do all the stuff, I probably could not have time to speak about all the stuff because it would be so long. And so how it works, how my idea worked, how in my mind, like how I would build this recon and how it's going to work. And so we have the initial phase. So first, what do you need? We need to see if you have access to the actions related to that service. Like over permissive policy is not a problem at AWS. Like most of the time they have they do administrator stuff, and so probably you find some permissions here. After that, as I validate those permissions, I show which permission you're going to need. I have access to AppStream, right? And when I have access to AppStream, to do some steps that I'm going to show later, I need to do some enumeration about the AppStream itself, because you have some information there, and about the general AWS, because you need to know the VPCs, the subnets, if you have some role that could be used with the AppStream service, and this kind of thing. And so I will do the AppStream enumeration and the general AWS enumeration. And on the side of general AWS enumeration, I will try to see, like, since I'm going to get inside the VPC, I would figure out like which VPC I want. Do they have like transtigator, direct connection? So I could figure out like how far I could go. Like maybe you could go from AppStream to on-premise and do what you need. So subnets, security groups, and this very important part, like roles that have trusted policy for AppStream. So the AppStream, when you create the image, you could build the image with that role. And the AppStream part, I will see like the image that they have already there, the image, known AWS image, like when you have known AWS image, probably something you created, and there you have some information from the company, maybe something you want. The fleet and stacks, and the builder image and the fleet part, I'm not going to talk about the fleet part, but the builder image, they have the possibility about attach a role, right? And so when you can attach a role or pass the role, that means that something could be much dangerous, right? When you have permissions to do stuff. And persistent storage. And so it's a bit part of the actions that we need. Like I split it here like image builder, the part the image, the fleet, and the stack. As I mentioned, I'm mostly talking about image builder, and I will mention image part because there is some easy stuff to do with that is interesting. And so the very first, the privilege escalation. There is three ways to have privilege escalation. The very first one, like if you have an existing builder image with a role already running, like someone is working, right, with a role and testing and doing stuff, you just need AppStream, create the image builder string URL. I will show what this means. And with this action, you get our URL, and you type the URL in your browser, you get inside the machine as root, and you could assume the role that is running with that. And so depends on the combination of the facts, with just this, you could do the privilege escalation. If maybe you have some builder image there with a role associated, but that role, that instance is not running, it's stopped. And so you need the start image builder too. And so you start the image, and so after that you create the builder string URL, and with that you access the machine. And the most like common part, like the most privileged escalation for sure, right? You have the path role, and you have the AppStream create image builder. And so you create the image builder, you attach the role, and you have the access to the machine, and you could use that role. I have a lot of scenarios. I have some live, not live demo, or record demo, showing like parts of this. And so we have the persistence part, right? And so with create image builder and or using a builder image that's there, like you could create an image builder, but you don't need the press role. So you just create, and you have a machine inside the VPC and the subnet. And and when I'm talking about persistence, that's come to my mind like, what's the problem with AppStream on the detection side? We don't have detection mostly. And so if I don't have detection, this kind of persistence will probably will be there forever. Because if I'm not looking for this kind of actions, they will create that. Like if they don't create some large machine, like to be like just a few bucks that you never notice. And the persistence part is really interesting. And you could have a persistence with a privileged escalation with a role attached. And so some that's filtration and resource exposure. Like when you have the create image builder streaming, like if they have something there, you just create the string URL, and you have access to the machine, and that's it. And if they have application secrets, something encoded or hard coded on the code, you have access. And the same, lateral movement. You could create an image builder, as I mentioned, and that's the part that I mentioned here, sharing an arsenal tool. And what is this? There is this permission, AppStream update image permission, and as I mentioned, you go to the builder part, and you create your own image. You could create a good image for a good purpose, or you could create a malicious image, like, oh, this image, I have all my tool set, and now this stuff. And this stuff is on my account. I create the image on my account. And what I could do, I could share that image with your account, right? And when I share this image with your account, I will do on my account, update image permissions, and this image will appear in your account. And you don't need to allow that. It will appear, right? And so if I have a create image builder, and I create something malicious, I can create an image builder with my own image. And the fun part is, it's when you're sharing your image, you that decide that they could use on the fleet and on the builder part, and not the target account. And so this kind of thing, it's something that for an attacker, for crypto mining, that could be a problem, because I could just create an image like with all the mining stuff, and so I just start that image, and okay, it's probably trigger like something quickly. But and another point with this update image permissions, you have in your account your application running that you're providing, and so I could share that image with my account, and so in my account I create the image builder, and I have access to the content inside there. And this kind of impact that you're going to have, like data leak, network access, that could like just the cloud part, or maybe, as I mentioned, you could have the direct connection and pivot to the on-premise. You could do crypto mine, data destruction, research hijack, mass user infection. I'm not talking here exactly about the mass user infection, but the persistence data for the users could be S3. And so I could have access to the S3 and modify something, and like when the user access, they will have some surprise, right? And so some scenarios that just drink some water quickly. And so first, enumeration. As I mentioned, it's pretty important to have some enumeration, because you probably need some part of that information. And so the first part, I will make sure that I have access right, to those actions. And so in this case, I just have the create image builder. I will list the roles with AppStream trust policy. Então I have these 3 opportunities, right? And so I don't know which one has more capabilities, but I could check. And the existing builder image. So we have like those 4 here. I'll stop it. And the good point here, when you have a role attached, it will show the role. So if I have like to choose something here, I'll probably try to use something that has a whole role attached. So I could do a lot of more things. And so I will map in the security groups, because another way to have access, you could do SSH to that image, or you could do something, a reverse shell. And so I will map the security group that probably has more ports allowed. And so like I'll do my life easier, because maybe I can create an image. And so instead of I keep access the control plane and have access, I could just make sure that I have a security group that allow me to get inside that machine. And so I add my key there, and I do just network traffic. And so probably you're not going to notice. And so listing subnets, and so the subnets and the IPs. And so like when I'm doing the pen testing, the guys are doing what they need. This kind of information is pretty important. And so those informations together will allow me to do a lot of things. And so first, the image builder part, resource exposure. And so all those demos are based that I have read only plus the specific action, right? So I could do something. And so I have AppStream create image builder here. I know that this research v2 is running. So I basically do AppStream, create image builder string URL, the name of the builder image. And so it will generate this URL. And anyone that types this URL in the browser, it will open the shell. There isn't an extra authentication or extra need. And curious part, like if like 5 guys use the same URL, like you see each other typing. It's a kind of Google Drive, like for a desktop. And so when you put this in the browser URL, you are getting inside a machine. Like if you have, like in this case, I don't have a role attached, and so I could not try to pivot to the control plane, but I have access to, I'm inside the VPC and the subnet, so I could try to do some lateral movement, use the network part. And so I could create an image to do the same, right? And so I'm just using here to show, like, you create image builder, you put some name, you choose the instance type, like there is some large instance. If they're going to have the full internet access, the ARN of the image you want to use, like there is like, I think it's by default 3rd image, 3 different options. And so those information that I mapped before, like the VPC config, the subnet IDs, and security group IDs. And so I probably use like the subnets. The subnets, if I know the IP that I want to achieve, it's easier to choose the subnets. And the security group, as I told before, like as more ports open they have, better it is, right? And so with this, I could get inside and try to do my things. And that image ARN is that part. Like if I share my image with the target account, I could use my image ARN here, and it will be my pre-built tool. And so a privileged collation sample. I need the create image builder and press role. And the biggest difference between the other command and this is that I have the IAM role ARN, that will be the pass role, and I will need to specify a role here, and a role that I have the trusted policy, and so that's why the enumeration is very important. if you drop my email, I could send you the codes. Like the codes is nothing than a CLI with JQ, like doing some parsing. There is nothing different from that. And so when you run, and it will show that you have the IAM role yarn with the role that you specified, right? And so that's the very first step. The second step, I will create image builder URL, right? And with the same name, research v3, and I will access. And the biggest difference, like now, it generates a aws.config. The config has this command inside. And if you run that command, you have the keys that you could configure in your machine, right? And I didn't test. Somebody asked him, but I didn't have time to test, like if GuardDuty is going to trigger that. Because I know that GuardDuty has now some new detections that if you have a role attached with an instance, and if you pick that role by some reason and use outside, or use in another account, it's going to trigger. And so I didn't test that, but you can use, right? And so this permission, because it's a profile AppStream machine role, right? The AppStream machine role, the profile, if you want to use the AWS CLI from this shell. And you could use, and like, it depends, like probably what's happened with that customer, because I was just on the call, but we didn't finish, like, but just opened my mind. And probably like someone gets this and grab the keys and do, especially like if it is administrator access, like game over, right? And so it starts an existing image, as I mentioned, like you have running, and so I will prefer something that I have a role, right? And so I just use start image builder and the name of the machine, the image builder. And so here a quick demo. And so I just run that bunch of AppStream, and so I will show like, oh, I have created image builder allowed. Here is the AppStream trust policy that I have, so I could choose any one of that. And here I have machines and just one running with an app, so with only this permission, I could try to use this. And so what I did is I just tried to create the AppStream image builder URL to that instance running. It will create the URL, and you go to your web browser and you paste, and boom, that's it. You're inside the machine. That's pretty simple, and that's pretty scary at the same time. And you have the full user that runs, and you have the AppStream machine role that you just type that command, and you have the access to the key, and so you could try to figure out what's going on. And besides that, you have access to the network, the subnet, and so with that you could do what you want internally. And so when I did all this research, like those opportunities and those things, I started to figure out, okay, I have those opportunities. Maybe there is another way to do the same thing, but by the end of the day, the CloudTrail logs will be the same, right? And so I start, okay, now the parts that I really want. And so it's not offensive. The idea here is to make Blue Team great again, right? So try to do something more proactive. Because most of the detections that we created is based on someone else's research. Like the attackers go there, they do that, and we are incident responder or detection engineers. Okay, now we have to create a detection for them. My goal here is like, okay, let's create a detection before someone already tried to do that. Are they abusing that? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe they are, because since we don't have detection, right? We don't know. And so basically, what I'm trying to look in here, like from the create image builder string URL, the AppStream start image builder, the create image builder, and the update image permissions. And the key point, like talking about monitoring detection, like you need to have the detections, like you need to have the visibility. Like since you have CloudTrail logs going to somewhere else, you have the visibility, but you need to have the triggers, the detection. And so the detections we are creating here. And maybe you have another information to do the incident response. And so part of the problem is try to find, like, okay, I triggered the because of some event, some action here, but will I have all the information that I need? And so I tried to do something. And so basically create image builder string URL. We have the request parameters, and the URL is hiding due to security reasons. Makes sense, right? If you're not an attacker, just look up the CloudTrails, and you have access to the URL and use the URL, right? And so if you don't use it, any create image builder string URL is dangerous. So if you have like this, you're using AppStream in your company, so you need to take care. Maybe you could monitor the source IP, but the create string URL, there is not much room for specific detections. But when we're talking about the create image builder, so you have more information there. So you have the IAM role yarn, and this is cool, like, because when you have the event name that has the request parameter, IAM role yarn is where the pass the role is happening. And because the pass role is not logged, that's sad, but it's not logged. And so this kind of event that we detect pass the role happening somewhere. The VPCs, and so you could like make sure that the role that's going to be used, like for this kind of create image builder, maybe something different. Maybe it's not supposed to use the role. The VPC part, like maybe they are putting the wrong subnets. It's not supposed to go to this subnet. All the image builder should go to a specific subnet, a specific security group, and so. And by the end, like the image ARN, and if the full internet access. And so here you have a bunch of opportunities to create detections. And the start image builder, like mostly you have the source IP address and the name of the image. But as I said, like if you don't user is not supposed to user the AppStream in your company, like any action is supposed to be malicious because it's not supposed to be happening. And the update image permission. The update image permission, you have some room here because, as I mentioned, like allow fleet and allow image builder. Like you specify what the target account could do, right? And the shared account, like here I have a shared account here, and you could maybe have a whitelist of shared accounts that you're allowed to share by some reason. And so you could create a kind of allow list. And some incident problems that I detect, like when I create a user, besides source IP and user agent, use AWS internal, and all the parameters I hidden due security reasons. So like, it's terrible that, like, especially like when you need to do incident response, like how I know the user that was created here. Because like for me, it would be pretty easy. Like I have the create user part here and the email address, because how it works, like I'm not going to get in deep in that, but like you create a user pool, you add the user, and the user receives an email with the URL and the user and pass. So he probably needs to use some email address that's not part of the company, right? And so if I at least have the email address, I could just create a detection, like if create user as event name and some email address different from my domain, that's a good detection. But like if you have this kind of problem, you probably need to go to the API, list all the users you have there, and compare like which one's the new one is the different. And so it's important like just to be ready, right? That's the point, because when the incident happens, you start to scratch the information, try to find what's going on, and if you don't have that information, like at least you know that you need to go somewhere else to have that information. And another fun part that's happened here we have the web console, and the web console, and here you have the CLI, right? But the web console, the visibility is shared with others because we have the accounts here being shared, right? And so I figure out, okay, I will create a CSPM detection, because I'm supposed to create for a prowler, and the prowler that time is using the CLI. But when I go to CLI, the visibility shows as private. And so like there is some mismatch here. And so I talked to AWS guys, and they open internal tickets to fix that, like, because the information is not, I don't know how to say, but the information is not equal. Because very important to show like it's shared, because maybe you're not supposed to be shared, and so like if it's shared, that's a problem already. So there's a kind of problem that we detect. And that being said, some guardrails, and if you don't need to use AppStream, deny AppStream, right? But it's going to save my account or environment. As I mentioned, we are talking like for something around 300 servers. You're being protected for one, but probably there is a lot of more room for attackers. And so, in my opinion, what you should do, like, allow only service you use, like the most important service. Create a SCP, like if the services are not those 10, 12, 30, something else, deny. And if you need to use AppStream, like the AppStream write actions, make sure that they have condition. I like to say that IP source conditional is IP source address is pretty cool because like, okay, the key leaked, but I need to have access to something else, and maybe you have a bastion hold or something like that. And monitor configuration with CSPM too, because sometimes it could help. And future work and conclusions. Maybe explore more fleet and stack. As I mentioned, I'm on the image builder part, and a bit on the image part, the register. It should how to boost the persistence data, so maybe there is more opportunities there. And stood more about the user pool and the integrations. Create some Sigma rules. So I think it could be pretty interesting, like create Sigma rules and anyone could use those detections. Oh, add to Pacu framework, right? They have like 22 privilege escalation stuff. Maybe we could add more. And so when we're doing some testing, we probably could detect, and maybe create a cloud gold scenario so you could simulate and see how it works. And as I mentioned, my main idea is to create an incident response cheat sheet for uncommon AWS service. And when I am talking about like creating this, it's something like the main idea is like to try to create an incident response plan that you are ready, right? And so know the service you have, know the service you have no idea like how they work, and like create detections, understand what could go wrong, and this kind of thing. But you have 300 services, right? And so like the idea is to create something crowdsourced, because I will probably look at this because some companies, customer have that, and so someone else will look for something different. And some conclusion, deny what you don't need, remove builder image you don't need, right? Because like some problems that I mentioned there, I need to have an image builder already built like and running. And so if you have no image builder there, like I need more privilege. And so if you need to keep doing something by some reason, stop at least. So I need 2 actions instead of 1, like use condition, as I mentioned already. Understand and study service use. And most important part, if you have some service running in your environment, make sure you have some detection. Understand, like, at least go, for example, for the YAML like permissions.cloud for AWS, pick the rights and maybe the management actions about that service and try to see how they work on if something logged already, or as I used to do, like start to click in everything and see what's going on, what's being generated, and this kind of thing. I think I speak like, okay, 35, 36 minutes, and that's it. Thank you very much. Do you have easy questions, please? No questions? Ready for lunch? All right. Thank you very much, guys.
We're just gonna wave at everybody.
Please do. Oh, wow. Excellent. The only warning I have, though, is you may be called upon to provide content for this talk. Excellent.
Are we good? Sweet. Good afternoon and welcome to BSides Las Vegas. Woo! We're waking up after lunch, y'all. All right, this is the technical trap given by Josh and Lee. Just a few reminders. I would love if you silence your cell phones. Secondly, if you have a question, please use the audience microphone that I am holding so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Josh and Lee.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the technical trap. As with every good meeting, we're going to have an agenda. So we'll go through some introductions. Then we're going to go into the meat and potatoes for this, which is we want this to be very interactive. So, you know, everyone, we're going to have a session of back and forth discussion. Please don't hesitate. Stand up, yell things, throw things, not at me. And let's have some fun with this. We're going to go through some survey data and kind of something that inspired this discussion. And we'll talk about the technical trap and the impact of it. And really the goals for today, just awareness around the issue and discussion, and some strategies to handle it when you find yourself stuck in it, and whiskey. If there's not whiskey here, there should be soon.
All right, awesome. So my name's Lee. By day, I'm a principal security engineer. And what does that mean? I deal with super large, super complex, ambiguous things that other people have not solved, specifically in security, different areas. By night, I'm a conference organizer, so I am a BSides Seattle organizer. I also was helping out with the Diana initiative, and I have my own conference, Layer 8, which is a OSINT and social engineering conference. I have stickers, so after we talk, if you're a sticker person, please come get some. We're virtual this year in October, so if anybody wants, to join us, please do.
Awesome. And real quick, so I'm Josh. I work as a Senior Director of Security Architecture and Application Security for one of the signing companies in the world you may know. By night or by the next 4 days, I run the security team here at DEF CON. So I spend a lot of time over there. So if you see me over there, please don't hesitate to stop and say hi. Why this talk? It spawned back probably in the May time period where I was actually working with one of my peers and we were discussing reviews, and she was having a difficult moment where someone in another org had gone up and said, well, it's great, but your team's not technical. And this had been the 4th or 5th time they continued to hear that statement. And we started to just have the discussion of like, what the hell do we mean when we say technical? So I did what everyone does on the internet. I posted it on LinkedIn. And we did a survey. So we're going to go and talk through some of that. Before we get through all the survey data and that goodness, we want to know what y'all think. So, little fun time. When someone is described as technical in cybersecurity, what skill or skills does that individual have? There's a couple of rules for this time period because we only have 45 minutes. These are thoughts, not a debate, and keep your answer to max of 5 words. So it's not the story of Crimea. Yeah, please.
I think that they have knowledge within one of the domain spaces of the CISP.
What's that?
When you say what's technical and
Yep.
security, I think they have knowledge within one of the domain spaces of the CISP. CISSP.
Okay, domain knowledge, CISSP.
Hands-on keyboard work.
Hands-on keyboard work.
Understanding of the technical stack, technology stack.
Understanding of the
Technology stack, we can say.
The what's that?
Technology stack.
Okay.
They can script, they can patch systems, they can build systems, they understand network concepts.
So script, they can patch, and what was the last one?
Network knowledge, network knowledge.
Network knowledge. Okay.
Curiosity and willingness to learn.
So what was that?
Curiosity and willingness to learn.
Oh, curiosity, and I can't spell. What else? So you say the word technical in cybersecurity. We've so far,
Subject matter expert in a platform.
subject matter expert in a platform. Okay. Anything else? Any other skill sets? Y'all are, yeah.
I'm trying to think how to phrase this in 5 words. The ability to quickly learn to at least an intermediate level, some single task.
Quick learn new skills. Skill adoption.
The ability to produce the right answer.
The ability to be right. Okay.
I guess like in the weeds practical experience.
So in the weeds practical experience. Okay.
I'd say a troubleshooter.
A troubleshooter.
Read and understand code.
Read and understand code. Like Enigma?
The ability to decode packets.
Okay, so like a packet level understanding? Yeah.
Did you?
Anything else? You're technical in cybersecurity. What skill do you have?
Being able to explain the mechanism through which a security control functions.
Being able to explain involved complex.
Being able to explain how a security control functions and operates.
I think it's the fans. Let me come this way. Sorry. What was it?
Being able to explain how a security control operates.
Security controls. Aha, being able to explain how a security control operates.
Being able to talk to engineers.
Did he get it?
All right, and I heard talk to engineers.
Can conduct a vulnerability assessment and or a pen test and understand the results.
Can conduct a vulnerability assessment, can conduct, I'm going to separate those. But conducts VMSS, conducts pen test. All right, so this is a really good selection from everyone here. I want to ask though, are there any up here that you look at and you would put over in the, and I like to call it the VI or nano level fight? Like, you disagree? What?
I would say read and understand code would be that kind of a fight, because you can be very technical at like packet level understanding, you can be very good at that, but not know how to write code, or vice versa.
So are you saying that either of those skills are not necessarily required?
But they would both be considered technical, in my opinion.
Okay. Is there anything else up here that would, you look at and you're like, well, that's not a technical skill?
Not to muddy it more, but like maybe like the ability to use like Ghidra or EdiPro to do reversing.
Yeah. So.
The ability to use EdiPro or Ghidra to do reversing.
Reversing tools. So. Thanks for being part of this exercise and actually participating, because this is the type of discussion that we've been having and leading with our teams as well around, what does it mean when somebody comes to you and says you're not technical enough? Have you advanced your technical? All of these skills, like you look across, and I loved. I believe you mentioned the domains. You mentioned the domains. All these go across to the multiple CISSP domains, as well as skills outside of CISSP. So when we think about this from the next question that we asked, and we asked this question at the start of what does it mean to be technical in cybersecurity? The next question we asked was, of these, which of these are engineering skills? Which of these are not engineering skills? We'll start with that. We'll go to the negative. Security controls and operations. Because my syseng team does not want to do controls. pen tests for an engineering team, conducting them, okay. I don't know. Yeah. It's, yeah. Does anyone have an engineering team that conducts pen tests? Yeah. This is why this topic is so much fun, because we have, what, 30 people in this room, and we have 30 different perspectives on a definition of a term that we're holding people accountable to.
Oh.
That's a very good point. Yeah, sorry, the question was, what do we mean when we say engineering team? Because there's physical engineering, there is our software engineering, there's all the domains of engineering. So, let me get back into the slide there. So I want to turn it back over to Lee to talk about the data that we pulled out.
All right, cool. So we actually did a survey. And one of the questions we actually asked was, tell us what you think, technical means, tell us what you think engineer means, and then just tell us anything else you think we should be aware of. Like, just give us your open feedback. Which is in a different order, so I'll get there eventually. I'll go in different order. So here's the open feedback we got. I'm not going to read all of them, but we highlighted the parts that we thought were relevant, right? So greater than zero knowledge writing about code. Limited to no coding experience. Soft/people skills. Personally, I prefer leadership skills, but that's me. Gatekeeping. All right, so let's go back a little bit. So it's an open survey. Anybody on the internet could answer it. It's probably people we know. There's a little bit of that going on. So we did ask people for demographic information. And I always think that's helpful, just to set the tone, like who's answering these questions. We mostly got a bunch of men answering these questions. Like, we were joking, like, what does that say about all the people we know? And we actually got a ton of people with a lot of experience, which I read all the data line by painstaking line, and you could really see some interesting changes that we're not going to go into for this talk, but as you went through years of experience, that I thought was really, really fascinating. So everybody just gave us open-end comments, like way more than 5 words, in case you're wondering. And so I tried to group things because I wanted to create like this word cloud. So for example, if somebody said you need to be a pen tester, you need to know cloud security, you need to be an infrastructure person. Anything in like the CISPs domains, I put together all as security domain. Just because that was easier, because otherwise you just get like the world's largest word cloud that would mean nothing to anyone. So you saw a lot of people said security domain. A lot of people actually said systems. So you both the systems concept and systems design. I broke them apart. Please don't hate me. Some people didn't actually go into security domains. You would just say security all up, and I didn't really know what to do with that, so I left it alone. Coding's up there. Like, it's pretty big, right? And somewhere there's scripting. Not as big, much smaller. But what I thought was really interesting were the number of people who said you have to understand. You have to have knowledge. Sometimes people might use the word expertise even, right? So it's like you have to understand. Oh, okay, cool. So what did they say for engineer then? It's similar, but it's different, right? Like coding is probably the biggest word out there, which I thought was fascinating. And then build, which makes sense, right? Like, we all build something. Again, you got security domain, you got systems. I think someone said hands-on at one point. That got up there. I saw a lot of people call out tools and tooling, and controls, and so like all the words we use, right? So we already hit the comments of note, but I want to bring it back up again, right? So I think the bottom two are the most telling for me, right? Like I love the not technical is almost always a gatekeeping way of saying not technical in the same way. I think that was brilliant. It's such an easy way to capture kind of what we're discussing. Okay, so we've talked about a bunch of words. You all participated. You're all awesome. So what's the solution to the confusion? Well, I mean, we're nerds, so we like went to the dictionary. And we're like, what does the dictionary say about the word technical? What does the dictionary say about the word engineer? So does anybody in here like maintain public works, like build bridges, or anybody maintain engines? Anybody like electronic engineer? No? I was kind of hoping there'd be one. Structural engineer? No.
Wait, there are no engineers in this room?
So I thought this was really interesting. I also love the fact that engineer is both a noun and a verb. That kind of cracked me up when I was doing the work. I was like, oh, I can I mean, it makes sense, right? We talk about engineering a solution. We also talk about humans as engineers. So that's what the Oxford Language Dictionary says. So why do we not know what to call things? And why do we have this problem? I'll be really honest. I do think a lot of it is unconscious bias, right? Like we don't mean to stereotype, but we do. And we've all taken, like, well, maybe I shouldn't assume things. A lot of us have taken some sort of bias training at work, right? And we all talk about it. So I do think that is definitely a problem. There's the affinity bias. Like we like people like ourselves. I mean, it's really funny. If you ever go through your network, to spend some time, like my network is obviously more heavily weighted towards women, even though I'm obviously in an industry that is more heavily weighted towards men. But that's an affinity bias. You got confirmation bias. Hey, I do pen testing, so I like the person who does pen testing because they're cool. I actually don't do pen testing, but that was an example. There's also time pressure, right? Like you've got to make decisions quick. So when you think about your interview experience, right, you're trying to make a judgment. You've got 60 minutes to figure out, is this person the right human for the right job? There's a time pressure there. And I also think this one's key. We've got a lot of really hard problems to solve that we don't know how to solve. There's just too much ambiguity. And so we say, oh, we just need someone technical to solve our problems. So how does that impact our industry? Well, I think this data is out of date, right? But they estimate we'll have 3.5 million openings in cybersecurity. Now, I know there's a big debate whether this is accurate data or not. But look, even tech recruiters say there's bias. Like, let's be real. Like, this is a real problem for us. And we know that there's bias in performance reviews and promotions. And unfortunately, they impact women and underrepresented minorities much greater than folks in the majority. And if we want to be an inclusive industry, we've got to tackle this. So I'm going to turn it back to Josh for how we're going to tackle this.
Tackle? I used to play football. I know this. Oh, wait. So this technical trap is a huge impact. And anyone can be trapped in this. You think about throughout your career, if you've ever had a review where the review feedback was, you know, I really want you to be more technical. You know, I really want you to code more when you're working as a network engineer. These things act as gates. These keep individuals from, you know, progressing in their career. And if you're that individual getting told that over and over, you're not technical, you're not technical, you're not technical, what are you going to start to believe? So I tried to generalize the addressing this for something for both ICs and folks who have management. So I run a team of about 25, and the first thing that I tell folks to do is it's all about sitting with the uncomfortable and getting ready to be uncomfortable. Because there are times that you are the person being held back by this trap, and there are times that you're the person implementing this trap. We all can have biases. So acknowledge that there is bias in our language. There is a lack of clarity in a lot of our language and how we apply it and how we measure others against it. And take that time to intentionally ponder what that means. So when I say intentionally ponder, it's really taking a moment to sit quietly and think about your own life experience. And do you have an example in your life where you're like, yeah, I got told I wasn't technical, and I like kind of shrugged and went, what do you mean? Question. So as a trapper, am I making assumptions about skill sets needed based upon me? Like, I've been in this job for 25 years. I know what a cybersecurity professional does and what they need to be able to do. Do I have any data to support that? No, but I have my gut. Questioning the ambiguous statements. So, you know, even during our interaction here, we had statements of like coding or scripting. If I walked into my computer science class from 2 decades ago and asked what coding meant, there was an assembler class and there was a C+ class. And I guarantee you those classes thought very differently onto what they meant by coding. So this is where we talk, and we'll talk about precision. Questioning about my default values. You know, I found for myself when I did this introspection, I had the default value of pen testing, because you don't pen test, you're not in cybersecurity. I had the default value of coding, because if you can't do Python, and it wasn't just coding, it was Python. Can't do Python, you're not in cybersecurity. And I had nothing in there about risk. I had nothing in there about controls and, you know, going across domains. So, you know, questioning and also getting that outside perspective. So as you're questioning, go into your peers and go into your friends and having this discussion. You know your friends, you love them, they love you. And in that reflection, start, because again, we are nerds, start playing some experiments. Try a new ground rule for behavior, like, as a manager, I cannot use the word technical in any of my reviews. As an IC, when I'm writing my own review, I cannot use that phrase. I cannot use the term coding in my reviews. I need to reflect what I'm actually doing. I need to reflect the skill set that I'm utilizing. And the other test and experiment that I implemented was less instinct, more intentional. Meaning taking that time, especially when working with others and working on my own side, to say, okay, what is the skill we're looking at and where are they at in it? On the awareness side, we joke about the trap IOCs, the indicators of caught or compromise or whatever we want to call them these days. But as a IC or a manager, take a look at your review feedback and looking for those ambiguous statements. Reading the statements as if you were someone completely outside the situation and going, if I read this statement of, hey, could work on X technical skill set, is that clear enough to actually tell me what that person should do or tell me what I should be doing or my reports should be doing? Assignment trends, and this is something that I encourage anyone who has people reporting to them. Start looking at and keeping track of the type of work that your people are being assigned. This is one of those sneaky ones because, you know, we're all in the security architecture team. They're doing architecture work. I found at one point, I definitely had one person who was doing way more control writing than they were doing systems architecture. And there was a default that had to be fixed at the belief that, you know, this person didn't have a skill set there. We talk about the lack of documented scope, and, you know, anytime you have a work task or an item, having that clear, what are we trying to do here, so you can actually go and talk about skill sets. Which brings us into where I talk about precision. Like, as individuals in cybersecurity, And again, I don't care if you are a manager, a director, a consultant, an IC, precision is one of the biggest tools to root out bias and to fight the technical trap. Meaning when you have work that's assigned to you or you're assigning out, if your work, has anyone had an assignment saying, engineer a new system? I certainly have. Engineer a new data system. Great. The next task was to go break it up and actually figure out what that meant. But when it was reported out and talked about, all it was talked about was, oh, they engineered this data system, they engineered this system. The skill sets needed for the roles that are actually being enacted, and this is where we talk about the day-to-day work and being precise about what an individual is supposed to be doing. I'm going to say the scary word. I'm going to say, career ladders and role definitions. Who here at work has ever had a career ladder? Yeah, building one or using. So career ladders have a both very positive connotation and a very negative connotation in our industry. Because some folks, when they're built, they end up being this checkbox to promotion. And in others, they end up being this pathway or guide. So when you look at a role or an organization, and if there are no career path, and I'll use that as an alternative phrase, career paths that define skills required, not be more technical. And when we say skills required, we're down to they need to be able to write Python. They need to be able to pen test Linux systems. They need to be able to map controls from sys to stig. These are skills that we can measure against and not have ambiguous hand to sky statements about how someone is doing. As you look at those skill set breakdowns, one of the questions that I'll ask with each one is, if I'm measuring someone on a skill set, how do they train on that skill set? Because if they can't train on the skill set, either I've got a terrible skill set that just no one knows but the mystic master over in some faraway land, or I've got a skill set that I haven't properly defined. And if I'm measuring folks on skill sets that they can't train on, how do they succeed? Curiosity can only get you so far. And the last one I want to call about our precision is ensuring that what we're measuring and looking at folks on and what we're measuring ourselves on, is it actually applicable to the core of the role that we're in or the role we're going to, or is it a one-off? For example, I had an engineer at one point get assessed on not knowing how to implement Juniper Firewall because the one weekend, one time, there was a need to fix something on a Juniper Firewall. Wasn't their job, wasn't their role, they didn't know the skill set. The feedback came to me, oh, this person's not technical. They couldn't fix the Juniper Firewall. Who here can go ahead and fix a Juniper Firewall? Wait, I thought you were all in cyber. There we go. All right, we've got one Juniper engineer. I thought you all were in cybersecurity. Isn't that a cybersecurity skill? Sorry. I get a little fired up on this topic. I apologize. So, oh dear. Oh, we have the wrong version now. Do you want to just do summary?
Where's the summary slide?
We have the usual fun of a slide issue. 1 second, please. Oh, there it is. We like to hide slides from people, apparently. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Actually, it's a bit more of an engineering concept.
So, in summary, we all can't fill our roles. Let's be clear. We have way too much demand. But we don't need to sink our own ships, right? So we need to really let you got to stop letting bias stop you, right? So actually this applies, I would say, even more often when we're interviewing, right? So you're doing the debrief, you've had this great conversation, and somebody's like, oh, I mean, they were great, but they weren't technical. Like that, there's no way that hasn't happened to people in this room in a debrief. So like stop the person who says that and says, okay, well, tell me what you mean. What skill did they not have that you think is essential to this role? Like fight back when people say, oh, they're not technical. Because there's probably some sort of unconscious bias going on. And like, let's just call a spade a spade. I think this impacts ICs and managers, 100%. And it impacts everybody in our industry. Because either you will be told at some point you're not technical enough, or maybe you'll have the delightful experience that I had, which was I was working for my company on a booth. And someone walked up to me and they're like, you know, oh, what do you do? I'm a technical, at the time I was a technical program manager. And they're like, can I talk to someone technical? And I was like, wait, I think it's in my, oh, I'm like, okay, like I get it. Like you heard the word program manager and decided I wasn't technical, even like literally it's in the title. But it happens, right? And I think it's how we respond to hearing stuff like that, and we don't let it stop us. And as I said, it impacts ICs, managers, everybody. We all have to be in this together. As we mentioned earlier, there's both anecdotal data that we saw that indicates greater harm to underrepresented minorities and women. And like we want to make this an inclusive industry. Like we want to make sure there's everybody, because let's be clear, we don't want diversity for diversity's sake. We want it because the more people with different backgrounds that come in and join in a conversation, you get a better outcome. Like that has been proved again and again and again. So like let's embrace it for the awesome business enabler it is. And to combat it, it takes focus. You gotta commit to this. It's not something I can just say like, oh, I'm just gonna like not fall trap. No, you have to commit. I think reflection is the most powerful tool there is. I remember I was in business school and each week we had to reflect on stuff and I was like, this is an amazing tool. I wish I had this in my tool set earlier because it just allows you to learn in a different way. So reflect, like commit to becoming aware and get precise. Like if you're saying like, I need a technical person, really, what do you need? Like it's not sufficient anymore to say I need a technical person or I need an engineer. What exactly do you need? What skills do they have to have when they walk in the door versus what can you train them on? Like what if you have a really exciting candidate that you believe you can train? Are you gonna let your bias of like they don't know how to pen test stop you? I would hope not, but plenty of people do. So get precise, know what you want. And we would love feedback, like if you like this, if you didn't like this. We're feedback at bsidesfeedback.com. Yeah, we just did that in the speaker room. Yeah, we're like that. And we'd love to open up for questions. I think we still have time. I'm not watching the timer. Or anything else, like any comments people want to say. Like, really did appreciate everybody participating. If you're participated out, I understand. But if you're not, we would love to hear any thoughts.
Please.
Oh, I can do it.
I think that bias around being technical and not technical can manifest in different ways. I have experience with it manifesting from the other side, when somebody considered to be too technical in order to be good enough with, soft skills and with people. And this was not based on any kind of actual experience with that person playing that role, but simply an assumption that, a good engineer is probably not also a good manager at the same time. Right? And I think that, if that is the case, then really it's just a stand-in for, like the bias expresses itself in multiple different ways. I think that we shouldn't be just looking for specifically, bias around the term "you too technical," but about the biased approach to assessing people, whatever terms are used to describe, kind of to pitch and call the person based on the preconceived notions.
So true. You know, the statement and kind of re-summarize of like bias impacts in all directions. And we talk about still, you know, getting precise on what's actually needed by a skill set, and also taking that time to reflect and asking others to reflect on like, why is it that you say that this person who's an engineer doesn't have leadership skills? Well, they're an engineer. Okay, what does that mean? And you know, some of the times taking that Socratic questioning and just taking someone down that road, you get some amazing results when that person's eyes start to light up and go, crap. I'm just assuming that, oh, the engineer can't talk to humans. But
what do you do when the person you're talking to doesn't know the specifics and just uses technical as an umbrella term because they don't know what they need?
so I can speak from my experience. Depends situationally. I'd love to say that there's a catch-all golden answer, but I still am following down the, if you cannot specify beyond the word technical, then we are not in a position to assess the individual. If you cannot specify beyond the word engineer, we are not in a position to assess the individual, and we need to fix that. That's the problem now. And I'm going to focus on that problem, and once we fix that problem, we can come back to assessing the individual or the group of individuals.
Okay, you were next.
You know, at least for myself, I mean, I've experienced this in job interviews, and oftentimes it's coming from people other than the hiring manager who has some misconception about the role is. In one case, I was interviewing for a security manager role, and the director of development had something, you know, stuck in his head that I had to, you know, the role had to be a pen tester, and I was not a pen tester, and in my opinion, that's not what a security manager should be doing, you know, but he was just, you know, couldn't get over that, and so I didn't get the job. So
yeah.
Those were the issues that go out there.
Yeah, so the what I heard was around like having that situation where it's not, in a hiring situation where it's not even necessarily the hiring, and as a candidate, you won't know this. You won't know who it is on the back end that's like, well, that person can't bake bread, so obviously they're not a good systems engineer. Loaf of bread is good, but.
One thing I found to be helpful is actually emphasizing my soft skills, especially when it comes to translating technical concepts into more approachable things. So being able to communicate cross-functionally to less technical teams actually shows me to be a stronger technical person. I think it's called countersigning, but basically like being able to dumb things down without making the other people feel stupid has been really valuable in getting myself higher and higher as a technical person, because I'm able to get more support from more parts of the company. And like CEOs aren't always the most technical critters. Sometimes they're a business critter. If you can tell them why you're doing a good job or why the engineer just kicked ass learning all of Terraform in a weekend, you become more valuable as a technical resource, as more like a technical consultant. And so that might be something that is more helpful, like to work on as well as this stuff.
Very true. And I love like taking, you know, we sometimes talk about engineer and technical like we're this isolated thing that we exist just for ourselves. Other than some nonprofits out there, I think most of us work for a company that, you know, makes profit and does something, you know, and has other facilities. And like you said, to be able to communicate what does it mean that the bumper on the car has been installed 3 seconds faster? Well, that means this in the business world. And I know we're having the conversations now about the CISO and BISO discussions, which I think are going to be interesting in the next few years. But
couldn't part of the problem be the unrealistic expectations of people just starting out in the industry because they're new to it, but the cybersecurity industry is short of people, so they have slightly unrealistic salary expectations. So in bigger companies, to get those roles, it needs the title of engineer or whatever. So could that be part of the problem?
Again, I can only speak for the areas, for my experience, but definitely, we do have, it's common practice, if you have an engineering title or a developer job class, your pay band is different than if you are a technician. And sorry. And the other part of your statement there around kind of folks starting out with, and I wanted to clarify, do you mean the folks, the new people have unreal expectations on themselves, or the companies have unreal expectations of new folks coming in? So the discussion of like, I need to come into the industry as an engineer because that's a better pay band. So, but even at that point, as a hiring manager or as someone looking to fill out roles, my role title may be engineer, but my job description and my checklist for all my hirers are skills. And if those skills aren't there, then we shouldn't hire that candidate.
So something that I've experienced that I think is tangentially related to everything we're talking about is a desire for candidates, and I'm speaking as a candidate going into job interviews, a desire for candidates to have the experience which they cannot have without having the experience, if that makes sense. Like, getting the initial experience is a huge barrier as someone who's coming into security without an IT background. Yeah. And that's, it can be kind of brutal in my experience.
Yeah.
What is your background?
I was a farmer, and then in 2019 I took a cybersecurity boot camp, and then kind of went off on a tangent with it and found my tribe.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah. Oh, okay.
Or do you want to?
Either way.
Startups are so desperate for everyone. Please go find some startups. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. They're so precious and wonderful. Also, contracting. Contracting is great because if you do a small project for someone and it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. You can still put on your LinkedIn as contracting. Oh, I keep my client list private. That means I can call your references. And if it does work out, then you do get a lot of really good experience, and you can still dip out whenever it gets too crazy. So highly recommend startups and contracting, and keep trying. It's crazy. And like adjacent stuff. I'm in QA. I come to security conferences because it scares the crap out of me, and because sometimes I get to wedge some security bugs in as QA bugs. So there are sneaky ways in.
Thanks for sharing.
Oh.
What about these entry-level positions that are advertising for candidates with 2 or 3 years of experience and a CISP?
So I'll reiterate, restate so essentially the question again about the hiring field today, where we still have this terrible job description mantra of entry-level position, 2 to 3 years experience, CISSP required, which requires 5 years of experience before you can get the full CISSP. So the unfortunate side of that is that has to be corrected by the companies. Like, as someone coming as a candidate, other than, you could say, hey, this seems like unrealistic expectations, but that, as a candidate isn't really going to help you in that situation. What I treat it as is, those are red flags for me for companies I don't want to work for, because they have not taken the time to reassess their job descriptions, to look for biases, to look for issues, and to try to make sure that they're recruiting in a diverse fashion and opening up the field. I don't want to work for a company like that. I want to work for a company that's going to have a room looking like this with cool people, we're going to have great times, and we're going to break some shit. Cool. All right.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, please, if you think of something later, please reach out. If this was helpful discussion, let us know. If you thought it wasn't, I mean, let us know too. That's all. I like all feedback.
Yeah.
Like, just be constructive would be my only ask. That's how to get a hold of us. As we said, we're BSides Seattle organizers, so you could probably also track us down that way. And thank you all for participating. We really appreciated it. And have a great rest of your day.
Thanks all.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Testing. 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 All right, sweet. Should wait 2 minutes. Okay. It's my first B-Sides.
Your first B-Sides?
Yeah, and my first DevCon.
Very nice,
Yeah.
very nice.
I kind of trial by
That new
fire.
car smell.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Don't let the assholes get you down.
No,
That's all I can say.
I haven't met any assholes yet.
B-Sides
so.
is good for that.
Yeah,
DevCon
I
can be.
figured I wanted to be here because it's cozy.
Yeah. This is a good con.
SMB is
Small, medium business.
Okay.
Yes.
Not
Mhm.
the Windows. All right, it's 3. I'm going to kick it off. Good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This talk is Secure IT Operations, or How to Shoehorn Security into a Small Medium Business by Carl Hertz. A few things before we get started. Please make sure your cell phones are on silent as a courtesy to people on YouTube and also people in the audience. Secondly, if you would like to ask a question or participate, I would love if you could speak into this microphone that I am holding so that YouTube can hear you. Without further ado, Carl, take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're my people. We're going to talk about secure IT operations, or how to shoehorn security into an SMB. Normally, when I do presentations, when I have bad news coming up, I try to put something really fun and silly on the previous slide, like goats being goofy or whatever, just to soften the blow. There's none of that in this. Sorry, it is nothing but bad news. So, because of that, let's just move on. Hi, who am I? I'm Carl Hertz, Silly C on Twitter. I'm the IT director at Elevate, currently in the transition to becoming the security director at Elevate. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. I'm old. I have 33 years of being fully employed in IT and security. 18 of that has been in the utility space, mostly the energy utility space, specifically electrical. I am on the board for Blue Team Con, which is in just a couple of weeks. If you can make it to Chicago and you're a Blue Teamer, please come up. I am also a co-founder of Cocktail Con, which, yeah, thank you. But for those of you who do not imbibe alcoholic beverages, we always make sure that we have non-alcoholic cocktails, shrubs, stuff like that as well. So we try to be very welcoming and open for people who just want to experience cocktail cultures, even if you don't want to experience cocktails. If you do decide, if you have really bad judgment and decide to follow me, if you're not already after this, I am Silly C on Twitter. Don't expect much security on there, just so you're aware. So what should you expect from this talk? This is a non-technical talk. I have been in management way too long to be allowed near a computer that has access to things, which is good, right? That's good security. I'm going to be talking a lot about systems and not necessarily computer systems, so that's part of it. Just how things are interrelated, because one of the things that I want to talk to you about is getting out of the idea that security is its own thing, okay? I'm going to be talking about the opportunities in security for small to medium businesses. They are there are lots of advantages that you have from being small in security. Lots. And I'm not just talking about security through obscurity, right? Just because you have less internet-facing IPs, right? There are other advantages. And I'm also going to talk, unfortunately, about the ridiculous number of challenges that we have doing security for small to medium businesses. And there might be some shenanigans. Who knows? So how did we get here? So this is going to be a bit of autobiography from my experience working with small businesses. I've, again, been doing this a long time. I've worked at Fortune 100 companies. I've worked at startups. Work currently at a nonprofit for the past 12 years, actually. But what is always the reason why a company decides to pivot on their IT or security strategy, right? I'll tell you what it is. Something very, very bad happened every time, right? Because we all, do the Chicken Little, sky is falling, FUD plays a big part of why people don't listen to us on that front. But there's the whole idea of unrealized costs, right? And especially in a capitalistic society, unrealized costs are really, really hard to pitch inside an organization. Any organization. Doesn't matter if you're a nonprofit or a Fortune 100, right? So one of the things that you have to learn how to do, whether or not you're at a big company or a small company, is how to communicate that up, that, and of course, if any of you have gone through, and I'm going to talk a little bit later about risk assessment and doing, trying to figure out the cost of controls and stuff like that. But they don't speak that language, right? So it's kind of a cat and mouse game that you get to play as you go along. So the first thing that I will say is once you're brought in and you're expected to fix the problem, whatever the event that brought you into that position, work with empathy, right? Something bad just really happened. And hopefully you weren't the cause, right? Sometimes you do have to clean up your own mess. But you have to really understand that someone who may still be at the company could have been the root cause of that, right? You can't be like the IT guy in Saturday Night Live and just go move, right? You have to understand the politics of the situation. You have to understand that people's jobs are on the line, and make sure that when you're addressing the situation, when you're brought in to take that over, that you are empathetic, not just to anyone who may still be around that was part of the root cause. A lot of times they're not, right? But also empathetic to the company's need. They brought you in to fix the problem, right? And if you go in there with a very specific mindset of what you as an individual want to get done, it can be difficult. Focus first thing on the incident, right? Even if you're not an IR person, they're saying, hey, we lost X. Your job when you first get in is to show the competence that you can resolve the issue X. And that can happen ridiculously early. I have one anecdote for you here. It happened to me in the interview process once at a company. So I was brought in for the interview, and they were starting to ask some tech questions, and pretty basic stuff, right? And they said, hey, so what would you do if there is a very important Linux system that the person who set it up isn't here anymore and didn't write down the root password? So my response was, this isn't hypothetical, is it? And they're like, nope. I'm like, okay, this one's for free. Hopefully you'll hire me. And you all, who knows the answer? Raise your hand. Go ahead, you raise your hand first. Boot the CD, right? And you get in root without a password. Perfect, right? Okay, so yeah, that was a bunny. It was an easy question, but for them, it was just like, this guy knows magic. So you have to, again, be empathetic. Don't be the asshole who goes, I know better than you, but pay attention to what the problem is and resolve it, right? In this particular case, not only had that happened, but they had lost another primary server and the backups didn't work. So that was the mess that I was brought in to clean up. So what did I focus on first? Despite when I would first normally get to a company, I wouldn't think that data recovery would be the primary mission. But for 6 months, I made my mission to make, not only fix the initial issue, but make their data recovery, their backup recovery process resilient, redundant, et cetera, right? And then they're just like, oh, you can do all that? Well, here's this whole mess. And yes, I know, I've been looking. So, which leads on to the next step. Learn the damn organization, right? Many of us like to go, I'm just an IT guy. I'm just a security guy. Whether you're in the SOC, the NOC, your help desk, whatever it is, right? But the fact of the matter is, IT and security are both there for one reason, and one reason only, for people to work, right? That's it. And unless you know the work that your company is doing, or the company that you're supporting is doing, you cannot do a good job. You may be technically proficient, you may be fulfilling the job description, right? But you must learn the company. And that means talking to people. And I know that can be scary. As an introvert, believe it or not, I am an introvert. This is burning the candle at both ends for me. I enjoy it, but I would much rather be in the cubicle in the basement by the loading dock doing my thing. But you really, really, really need to learn the people in the company. Who are the people in the company? Well, actually, I'm going to take it a level higher because we're going to talk systems, right? How many of you, show of hands only, know the mission statement of your company? About a third. Okay, so, yes, mission statements are bullshit, right? But they are also not bullshit, right? Because, and this, you can see this as CYA, cover your ass, right? Whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is, if you, as someone who helps people work, and that is the mindset that you have of my job is to help people work, that mission statement will save your ass so many times over, because you can use that when you get into debates about costs, about anything, right? You can say, well, our mission is this. Here is how it helps deliver on that mission, right? Whether or not you agree with the mission is a totally different talk. And I'm not going to go into that now because I have way too much material. Learn who the leadership is, if you have access to the leadership in the organization. I know a lot of companies really firewall off the executives, especially at bigger companies, right? But especially if you're in a position that is deploying security in any way, shape, or form, whether it's as IT or an actual security department, you tend to get a lot more access to those people than your average rank and file employee. Because again, your job is to help people work, right? And they need just as much help, if not more. Yeah, anyone work service desk here? Service desk, show of hands. You know what the executives are like, right? So make sure that if you have access to the executives of the company, pick their brain when you have a chance. 5 minutes in a lunch line, whatever it is, right? Learn all of the legacy IT. Whether you're in IT or security, find out everything. Do as much discovery as you can without getting in trouble, right? Even if it's outside of your realm. There are ways to discover things that isn't using Nmap blasting things off the network, right? There's human intelligence, whatever, right? Learn everything. It will save your bacon, and it will actually help you when you are working on your stuff to go, someone's like, well, we need to do this and spend all this money on this, and you can go, well, that department over there has already got it. Why don't we talk to them, right? You have no idea how many times I have been asked to procure something only to find out later in the investigation process that 4 different groups had already bought said things separately. Because the procurement process, especially for cloud services, now I'll get that to a little bit more later, that they're already in the company, whether or not it's actual IT or shadow IT, right? So find out what you can about all the systems. You know, again, if, oh, hey! I mentioned shenanigans, and they've shown up. Oh. So I'm going to switch hats real quick to one that looks like a mitre. And I am now, not Carl Hertz, I am now a bishop of the Church of Wi-Fi. And if anyone would like to have communion with the Church of Wi-Fi, you're welcome to come up here. There is no pressure. But if you would like to be an honorary member of the Church of Wi-Fi, please have some Malort. It's delicious and nutritious.
Are you the 82 of a BSec or the 82 of a DSec?
So I'm just going to set this out so I can keep my talk going. But go ahead and start pouring yourselves. And I will. Oh, you need to run. I'll do 2 shots. I'll do one with you. Thank you so much. Cheers. Take it off. Take it off.
Cheers, man. Awesome
Cheers.
talk so far.
Thank you.
I'll be your deacon.
Alrighty. Thank you. Oh, tastes like the day Dad left. So, hi camera. Wow, look at all of these people. I love it.
You're gonna need a bigger bottle.
Yeah, make those pours. No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
So, I'm going to go on and I mentioned shadow IT briefly. Every company has it, and it's if there is security in the organization, I will blame it 100% on security. If there's not, I'll blame it on IT. But the fact of the matter is, every organization has shadow IT, and that is part of what you should be mapping out when you're doing your mapping. It's amazing what you can find that people have signed up for free using their personal email addresses, whatever, right? I mean, we all know the security risks of shadow IT. This isn't a talk on shadow IT, but map it out as if it's part of your IT, right? Don't ignore it because it's not your responsibility, because it will eventually be your responsibility, okay? So make sure you're paying attention to shadow. Another one, and this one hurts the most for me, these are where my biggest fights come, is understand your company's fiduciary positions. That's just a fancy way of going, learn what they like to spend money on and what they don't like to spend money on, right? Because it's going to make a major impact on your life at a small to medium business. Because the answer is, they don't want to spend any money on security, period, right? I've been at my current job for over 10 years, and as I said, I am just now pivoting to getting the position of director of security from director of IT, because we finally convinced everyone that our secure IT operations is mature enough that we need to start firewalling the two. That in order to get higher up the ladder of iterative improvement, it needs to happen, right? So the answer is no one wants to spend on it, especially at small companies, right? And then I would love to keep that as a parting gift. It is beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. And last, find out what your company's appetite for risk is. And if you have access to the executives, it is actually really easy to find out what their appetite for risk is. What do I mean for appetite for risk? Well, again, it goes back to that mission statement, right? So I've worked for utilities. Can you guess how big their appetite for risk is? None, right? I also work for charities. You know what their appetite for risk is? Is it going to save that person's life? Is it going to keep that person from being homeless? Fuck it, do it, get it done, right? Two very different challenges, but they're both challenges that you have to pay attention to and put into any math, any calculus you're doing inside your head when you're trying to think about how to deploy security in a small business, right? So definitely pay attention to that. It will be an excellent guidepost for you when you're making serious decisions on what to spend your limited budget on. I'm going to talk a little bit here about some more challenges, right? And I'm going to break it down specifically to something that, as security people, you're probably familiar with, the CIA triad. Even though this is more of an IT talk, again, I want you to think not that IT and security are different things, but they're the same thing, right? If you're at a small business, which one of these is the most critical to the business? Thank you. Accessibility. This doesn't even come into mind. Confidentiality and integrity, right? It only comes to mind when there's an incident. But at a small company, accessibility is going to be a challenge for IT from the get-go, right? Even if you're at a startup that has just had oodles of money thrown at them from vulture capitalists, right? They don't care about anything but can my people work, right? That is always going to be your hardest lift, is A, making sure accessibility actually works, right? In the case that I mentioned before, they lost their primary file server. That's all they cared about. How do I get to my files, right? Integrity, whatever. They're like, many small businesses, the same person is doing accounts receivable as accounts payable on the same system. There's no firewall, right? The integrity issue, it's just not even on their radar. So the first thing that you need to do is make sure that accessibility is working, right? The second thing you need to do is get them to understand the impact of confidentiality and integrity, right? And again, I'm talking in generalizations. I'm talking from my personal experience, but again, I've been around a long time and been at a lot of different companies, and these are things that you see over and over and over again. And I'm sure by some of the reaction in the audience, you've seen it as well. So we're gonna move on from the initial, you stepped in and you're trying to figure out the lay of the land, to how you actually start engaging the company, the organization. And again, I'm going to use a security framework in this case to talk about IT and secure IT operations. And that, of course, is CIS. For those of you who haven't, anyone not know what CIS is? Do I need? Okay, we got a few. So it's the Center for Internet Security, right? And they have what they call critical security controls. And these are a hierarchical step, right? Number one, I didn't number them, but this is going 1 through 18 controls. They have 18 controls by which they measure the maturity of a security program. And I'm really only going to focus on the first 2 here real quick, but add a little bit to it. So these are the first 8, right? And the reason why they are ordered the way that they are is that any flubs early on are going to directly impact your ability to work on the controls farther down the line. Okay, everyone, say it with me. What is the single most important job of security? You should be able to tell by looking at the chart. Inventory! You can't protect what you don't know you have. Period. How companies do not have chief inventory officers is beyond me. If you don't know your assets, and I'm not just talking about assets with MAC addresses. If you don't know your assets, you cannot secure it. And this is why defense is always slower than offense. The red teamers will always have an advantage, every single point. Because even though CIS has been around for that many years, it's still step one. 99% of companies don't get this right. And I'm going to sound a lot like a doctor from the 1950s with a lot of this. A lot of it is no-brain stuff in theory, but in practice, inventorying everything in your company, and again, I said pay attention to shadow IT, right? Inventorying every asset, whether it's network assets, servers, desktops, people, software, cloud services, knowing at any given point in your company what's active, what's available, is literally an impossible task. Who here is familiar with ITIL? ITIL? Okay. ITIL is just like, wouldn't it be great if? If the world actually worked like ITIL, a lot of our security problems would go away. And again, because security is not separate from IT or literally any other department in your company. ITIL is literally about inventorying. That is the whole thing. And people have tried to come up with cloud services, software, whatever, to maintain all of it and actually conform to the full ITIL standard. It's like communism. Wonderful in theory. Wonderful. At scale, nada. So I'm going to just flip to the second slide real quick. These are, once you get higher, surprisingly, malware defenses, which most companies, first thing they do, oh, we got to put AV on our machines. Number 9, according to CIS, for a mature security program, right? That one always surprised a lot of people. As I mentioned at the place that I went, data recovery is number 10. But because my company had a very specific issue regarding data recovery, I had to focus on that for the first 6 months. I had to ignore CIS and make sure that they were comfortable with their data recovery situation because that was what was directly impacting them at the time. Okay. So again, these are roughly in priority. I'm going to talk mostly about inventory because it is the most basic and also the most difficult. Security awareness I want to talk about because that's on here. So where is it? There it is. So it's towards the end. Don't wait. It's toward the end because this is talking about formalized processes. I'm very skimming over this very lightly. Security awareness, they're talking about a measurable security awareness program. By the way, fuck KnowBe4. I just want to say that officially on the camera. If you're using KnowBe4, I'm very sorry. And if you're from KnowBe4, hi, sorry. When you're at an SMB, do it yourself to start with. Don't worry about measuring. It's literally just the awareness component, right? You need to make them aware of how social engineering happens. You need to make them aware of the very basic concepts behind data labeling. Because eventually, if your security program is going to be worth its weight in salt, you're going to be doing data labeling, data ownership, stuff like that. Introduce the concept early on. Tell them it's coming. Don't worry about it now, but you have to understand some things don't leave the company and other things are okay to leave the company. And that someone needs to have the power to decide what's what. It is critical that you start teaching the people that early. This was a little harder lesson for me to learn because, again, I was trying to stick to CIS a lot at other companies. And if you don't get ahead of it, it just makes that culture change so much harder. Who knows? You've probably all heard it. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. 10 times out of 10, right? You may have the best intentions in the world, but your company culture is going to defeat it every single time. It is undefeated everywhere. So you have to be an agent of culture change inside of your organization. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about systems, right? How many of you have really thought that as a security person or an IT professional, that I need to be an agent of change inside of my company? And especially when you're at some soulless 2 million employee company, or God forbid, the federal government, Alan. Yeah, we have a Fed in the room. Thank you. You want to stand up? Introduce yourself. Spot the Fed. He's in the sparkles. You really, really need to focus on that. And again, just like with the awareness training, in the end, awareness training is a cultural change, right? We always, we want to go, oh, the stupid user clicked on the link. Again, for the 5th time, and they're going back to remedial training, and we're not going to let them reply all anymore. The fact of the matter is that what we do on a daily basis is not normal. Humans do not think about risk, generally speaking. In general, right? I'm talking risk, capital R, hovering in the clouds. We think about immediate risks, and we have an entire system in our body, limbic system, that is built to deal with it. And by the way, that same limbic system that helps you survive also kills you when it's not necessary, right? Your limbic system is leading to heart disease and stress, and you shouldn't get fright, flight, or freeze when you accidentally replied all to an email that should not have been, right? That is not a life or death situation, but your body is hardwired to do that. So when we get on end users because they're not thinking about risk, just remember, ignorance is bliss. It's our job to put that on our shoulders. And there's a reason why there's high burnout. And there's a reason why there's heavy mental health toll on us. And there's a reason why there is substance abuse in our community. It's because we are doing something that inherently, physically is killing us for a living. Be careful out there, folks. Okay, I gotta move on. There's so much more to talk about. I can ramble a lot, if you hadn't noticed. This is actually a very different talk for me, because I'm really used to speaking about something very specific, because I can talk about forever, and this is a cloud level talk, 50,000 feet, so I gotta limit myself here. So let's talk a little bit more about inventory. I love this scene so much. I feel like I could have a good weekend in Vegas with all this stuff, and one of them's a 9mm. Assets. We already mentioned that, right? What are your assets? Anything with a MAC address. Anything with a MAC address, including your user's home equipment in this day and age, right? Software, a little bit easier once you know all the assets, if you know all the assets, and there's a reason why assets come first. Services. This is where shadow IT is going to bite you in the ass. Because everyone has signed up for everything and use it for work. Here's a fun one. So we got a contract from the city to do some healthcare stuff for them. We're not a healthcare provider. But we were literally just sending back and forth healthcare data from the city for a program that we were running. You know, unbeknownst to me, problem one. Problem two is, what I did know is that the city of Chicago was supposed to be handling all of this in their portal before the program started. It was supposed to be set up. And this was a federally mandated program. So if you're not running when the federal government says you're running, big problems. So the workaround became scanning documents with iPhones and sending them to their Google accounts. And then sending them to the city of Chicago, who would then email said personal health documents back to us, unencrypted. This is shadow IT. And again, organization, high risk, get it done. People will die if we don't do this. No one died. But when this hit my desk, shit my pants, right? Like, stops now, right? But because I was aware of it, I was able to very quickly come up with a solution and really yell at the city of Chicago for coming up with that. Because again, we're a SMB, city of Chicago says, oh, just do this. Well, the city said to do it. People, how many people in their organization have an HRIS system? Raise your hand. Federal government has one. It gets hacked a lot. How many people have their HRIS system tied into their master IT directory, whether it's Active Directory or whatever? Anyone? Right? Do they match up 100%? No! So even if you have that, it's going to be your job to keep track of who has access to what. In the end, obviously, role-based access control is needed, right? Before you even put RBAC in place, you need to start checking out who has access to what, right? Accounts, because it's not just people that have access to it. How many people have internal software development? How many of you are aware of how many of their personal accounts get shared amongst the entire team to access GitHub, whatever, right? Yeah. Or you don't know, but they are, I guarantee you. So you also need to inventory, don't just think about people, which is important, but you also just need to think at the account level as well. So I'm going to talk about a couple of quick solutions real quick. Going to move on. Snipe it, Snipe IT, Snipe Ahead makes it. Fantastic free product for inventory. If you don't have anything available to you, get this. They have like $6 a month. You can get the cloud version where they host it. Otherwise, it's free to host it on yourself. Absolutely fantastic open source free system for inventory. Nessus Essentials. I like Tenable. In that is, from my opinion, much better than any of the other options, both as a practitioner and as an executive who sees this stuff. And then lastly, a new product, organization is different, right? This is why you need to get to know your organization. What field are they in? Are they a utility, right? What kind of assets do they have? It's discovery. I find searching for risk enjoyable. It's almost a creative process. And I wish I had more to tell you other than you really need to learn how to prioritize what you're going to focus on first. And that is not just company specific, but specific to that moment in time with your company, because it changes over time. Humans are terrible at assessing risk, though. Terrible at it. Again, why, when I hit reply all when I didn't mean to, do I tighten up, right? We're good at immediate risks. We're not good at hypothetical risks. Because hypothetically, it's anything. It's infinite. Our brains don't deal with infinity well. We just... So there's qualitative and quantitative risk, right? As a small business, forget about being able to do quantitative risk. Any of you who've done your CISP, right? They teach you about quantitative risk. Unless you're at a big company, quantitative risk is out the window. You are not going to be able to figure out if the cost of your control is more expensive than the value of that control. How do you even, that second part is the key. How do you ever come up with a financial number for what would happen if you lost X? Now, yeah, there's contracts involved. Okay, we lose it. You know, there are certain things that are quantifiable, but there's always everything that touches it that you can never quantify. So I just want to say, don't try to do it. Go on to qualitative risk immediately, okay? Legal, our favorite. You need to become friends with legal. Sorry, you have to become friends with legal. If your company doesn't have a legal department, I'm sorry. Because compliance is all about legal, whether it's federal, governmental compliance, or just complying with contracts. Because a lot of what you're going to be doing is, are you in compliance with contracts, right? If you don't have legal, get it. Policy. The big risk in policy is not being able to actually do what your policy says. Period. You will, the world of hurt is when you have a policy that says, we do this, and you're not doing that. And then an incident happens, and your third party goes through discovery and says, oh, your policy says you were doing this. Show us. Not just tell us, show us. You will be right properly fucked. Policy, for every single policy in my organization, 2 pages max. And 3/4 of that is boilerplate about who's responsible for what, right? Procedures, stuff like that, those can be however long you need them. Policy, short, sweet. We will do this, and we are doing this. If you can't do it, don't put it in your policy. Take it out, okay? Insurance. Sorry, gonna touch on laughs. Gonna touch on cyber insurance real quick. You have to have it. It's only getting worse with ransomware because they've had to pay a lot of money and now they're trying to not pay. The most important thing for your organization is that your cyber insurance covers communications. Yes, you have to ride this ride, you need 5 million, 10 million, 100 billion in insurance, whatever. But if that insurance does not cover communication of breach, you're fucked. Again, very technical term, right? You're fucked. Because for state's attorneys, every single state, no, not every single, last I checked, there are 48 different policies around the country about how you need to report breaches. That includes when you report it, within a certain amount of time, when you report how it's resolved, what kinds of things you need to report, right? And for every single missed communication, there is a fine, right? Everyone likes to think about the reputation risk of a breach and having to report a breach, and everyone shits bricks about the reputation risk. Executives, board, whatever. They're what about our reputation? There's no reputation to be had if the state's attorney sues you out of existence, right? So, watch your insurance, look at your insurance. Okay, I'm running short in time because I talk too much. I didn't move forward. Okay. How do you get buy-in? Unfortunately, there's no answer. But you need, no is not the answer. Let me get that right. You can't be the Department of No. You have to be the department of, we can't do that, but here's what we can do. Or, if you don't know what you can do, we can't do that, but I'm going to find out what we can do. Right? No, create shadow IT. Shadow IT is your biggest enemy. They will work around you to get the job done. Don't be no, say, not that, but offer solutions. And if you don't have the solution right then and there, say, I don't have this now, but I will have it for you by X, and give them a solid date that you're going to have an answer by. Because you can always say, oh, I don't have it now, but I'm going to move X out to here. Let them know that an answer is coming. Reassure them. Establish that trust. Board sponsorship, I went ahead once. You're not going to actually get an actual security department started or get funding for security tools or security contractors without going to the board, because your CEO or more likely your CFO is going to be like, well, do we need that to run the business? It's going to be the first thing to go when they're told every single time that we need to reduce the budget company-wide by 10%. Those non-necessary expenditures are the first to go every time. Every time. So you need to get someone on the board of directors on your company to be the sponsor for security. Because when those budget meetings happen and all the executives and the board members are in a room going over the annual budget, and you're in there as the director or whatever, the lead of security, secure IT operations, and they go, well, we need to cut pen testing this year. And you're explaining that. It's you saying that, actually, because the CFO has handed you what your budget is, right? And you're like, well, we were going to do this, but there's no budget for it. And then your advocate's going to go, well, why don't we have a budget for that? And then you put it back on the CFO to explain why security is not necessary, right? Executive buy-in is very similar. 5 minutes, excellent, okay. Executive buy-in is very similar to board buy-in, but executive buy-in is what helps make the culture lift easier. The board buy-in helps you put pressure on the C-suite to get you funding. But executive buy-in gets the buying into the change of culture much, much easier, because no one wants to piss off the executives, right? Or they do because they want their job, but eventually they're executive and they have the same pressure from the board on them. So executive buy-in is what helps you with that culture change. Alrighty, I got very little time for my last section because I talk a lot. Planning, what are the opportunities and challenges? The risk of thinking like a security person. And what do I mean by the risk of thinking like a security person? That security is somehow its own entity. Again, I want you to think of it as the organization as a system, as a body, right? What does blood do? What else does it do? Oxygen, nutrients, yes, right? And your immune system is mostly based in your blood, except for the part that's tied to the lymphatic system, which, oh, by the way, is directly connected to the vascular system, right? None of these things stand alone in your body, neither do they stand alone in an organization. You have to think holistically. And many of us want to go, oh, don't use SMS 2FA because someone can just hijack your SIM. But you know what? It's another step that keeps that attacker and slows them down. They have to bother to SIMjack you, right? Rather than just not having it. Don't let perfection, the idea of, well, the best way to do security is this. At a small business, any incremental change is better. Don't fall into the trap of going, if I can't do this the best way possible, I'm not doing it, okay? That is why I say about the risk of thinking like a security person, because I get in so many arguments on Twitter from people just going, well, you can't do that because someone could do this. Well, there is literally no such thing as a secure system anywhere in the world. There's no such thing. anything can be bypassed. Now, it may not be able to be bypassed digitally at first. It may have to be a multi-factor attack in some way, shape, or form. But there's literally no such thing as a completely secure system. So don't get it in your head that you need to make a completely secure system, because it doesn't exist. Due diligence, very, very important. Last step that I want to really talk about. Due diligence will save your bacon 9 times out of 10. Unless you're a CISO, sorry. Due diligence just means, can you prove that you have done what you said you were going to do? Right? In the end, this is what compliance is. It is based on due diligence. ISO 27001, all it is, it's a framework that says, what are you doing? Did you do it? Okay. That's ISO 27001. Again, just like policy, don't do anything, don't write a policy that you can't comply with. Don't say you're going to do something and not do it. That's what due diligence is. I've gone through so many breaches, so many events, that people get pissed at first, and everyone's scared. Everyone's limbic system is going out the door. But if you can step back and show that you did due diligence, or even show where due diligence broke down and understand why, you're gonna be okay, unless you don't have insurance. That covers, that covers communications. Okay, I'm gonna rant. If you're from a vendor, hardware, software, if you make me pay extra for single sign-on, fuck you. Just fuck you. If you make me pay extra for sandboxing, I know it's a little higher level, as an SMB, fuck you. Because my security awareness training is not 100% effective. I could be the best trainer on the planet. I'm pretty good at training my staff. Doesn't matter. You got people who are clicking because they're preoccupied. They're thinking about something else. If you are providing a service that is supposed to protect someone from technical fishes, whether, however it comes from, whatever vector it comes from, and you have sandboxing capabilities in your product, and you're not giving that to me as part of your product, fuck you. Okay. What else? Licensing. I'm sorry, I can't afford your product if the minimum purchase for the enterprise product is 10,000 units. I got 200 employees. Useless. Oh, you can use our SMB product. You mean the one that just has a slide bar from more secure to less secure? No, just no. There are so many products like that where they give you a super dumbed down version for a small business. I don't want it dumbed down. Again, I have the advantage of being a small company with less assets that I can actually know what I've got relatively well. Let me have that full control from your enterprise product to lock things down so that I can get my Cybersecurity Framework 1.2 certification and not have to spend $120,000 a year of my budget to get the product that is required for me to get certified for that, to get contracts with the federal government, to get contracts with utilities, right? If you are a vendor providing to SMBs, rethink SMBs, especially if you are aggregating their data to help your product out in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry, but the surveillance economy is bullshit. Pay me for my data. Give me your product. I'm fine. Use it for what you want. Put it in whatever studies and say, this company sucks. Look at how bad they are. But give me the services for that data, right? You can afford it. You've got IBM, you've got companies with more money than God as clients. I got a couple hundred people, I got 25 people, I got 5 people, whatever. Give it to me. You get more than enough data because as we know, especially if you are a small business that is a third party to government or critical infrastructure, the adversaries know this, and that's who they're going after. You're the low-hanging fruit. Protect the low-hanging fruit, for the love of God. We need it. I've been very fortunate at my current position to have a very outsized budget for a company our size, for both IT and security. And I am still uncomfortable every day at work of what I'm going to find, because there are tools that I need, not blinky boxes, software that I need to automate, because I can't just keep throwing bodies at the problem, especially because I'm at a nonprofit. Every body I throw at the problem is a body that is not out there helping save someone's life, right? Systems, right? Nothing stands alone in a vacuum. If you're a vendor, please, for the love of God, start talking to your salespeople, start talking to people about giving your products or drastically reducing the cost to SMBs. Because, again, there's a reason why this is from this movie. It's not a happy ending, right? We're fucked. And it's not just SMBs that are fucked. Our critical infrastructure and the government is fucked because no one will protect us. Anyway, resources. Here's some of the things I talked about. Slide deck is going to be available. I still need to put the alt text on all the GIFs. So once I have this done, I'm going to put it up. There's my email. There's my Twitter. If you want a copy of the slide deck once it's ready to go, do it. This is just a little bit of the stuff. For those of you who are in the nonprofit sector, TechSoup is your best friend, because companies donate hardware and software to them, and you just pay them a fee for handling it. I get my Microsoft 365 E5 licenses for $7 a head, just to give you an idea, right? Still expensive for us, because we're a nonprofit, but it's not $35. So, oh, I skipped over. I know I've gone over. I'm sorry. Alrighty. Tabletopping, another free thing you can do. Oh dear, for the love of God, tabletop people. Even if your company isn't going to go, okay, we're going to bring someone out to tabletop. Black Hills InfoSec, wonderful company. If you're not familiar with them, they have pro bono training available up to free if you can't afford it. They don't always offer that, but like at least quarterly, they offer free pro bono training. They have a card game called Backdoors and Breaches, which is a tabletopping game that you can use. Also, at that link, if you scroll down a little bit, they have an online and a Discord version of it that is free, that you can use inside your companies, inside your IT and security departments to do tabletopping. So you don't need an expert on trying to come up with these ideas. They've gamified it for you. Another free thing. As I mentioned, Fletch before. Fletch, normally you have to like go through the whole process and meet and greet, yada, yada, like startups. This one actually bypasses all that and just lets you start playing with it. So fuck around with it, people. Nessus Essentials, for those of you, Tenable is a great product. Tenable.io might be a great product someday. But Nessus Essentials is, again, if you're at an SMB, a free, as in beer, vulnerability management system. That should, I haven't played with it yet, hook into Fletch as well. And if not, I know the guy who writes the API at Tenable, so I'll bug him to make it happen. And then CISA, who all made it to the Diana Initiative keynote this morning, where CISA Jen was there? She's amazing. Anyway, they have a website of all the security tools that they keep track of for free, tools and services. I wanted to put some of it, it's a ridiculous list. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's cool. So make sure you check that out. Open source is your friend at an SMB. Oh, hey, it's 4 o'clock. So I think we'll skip the Q&A and I'll just take it out there. Okay? Is there where to go? All right. Thank you, everyone.
going to go well. Let's not do that. Do you want water up here? Do you want water up here before we get started? Okay. All right, folks. All right, if we could just kind of sit down, chill out, be ready. Can you close the door back there? Thank you, everyone. Well, come on in, make yourself comfortable. All right, we're good. All right, everybody, thank you for being here. It's been a great conference so far. You're about to hear an amazing talk. Wendy is amazing. She's one of my favorite people, and she's going to give you an awesome talk today. Quick couple pieces of housekeeping. Number one, silence your cell phones. We don't want to hear them. You don't want to hear them. Please no recording, because we are recording. No, please don't. You don't need to. Beside that, we're gonna, if there's time for questions at the end, I will come to you with this lovely scepter of questioning, and you will speak into it so that this can go out on the YouTube stream. If there's not time for questions, Wendy will be happy to take your questions off the air, which is to say, out of this room so the next people can come by. With no further ado, the woman you come to see, Wendy Knox Everett.
Okay. Hi, everyone. You can all hear me? Cool. So I'm going to give a talk that I proposed in May of this year. And I was like, hopefully this is going to be completely irrelevant, and it'll just be like a cool little, interesting on the side. As everybody is aware, that is not actually a situation. There's been a lot of attention paid to this sort of stuff when people are all of a sudden realizing that rights that we thought were pretty well established and our privacy is not as sacrosanct as we had thought. And so I am a fitness tracker user. I had a Fitbit in 2010. I still wear an Apple Watch. I have a Peloton bike. I have a scale at home that talks to Wi-Fi. I've got a bunch of examples in here from my own personal data. And I am a CISO at a startup in the healthcare space. I know a ton about HIPAA, probably far more about HIPAA than I would ever want to know. And I've done some threat models of fitness trackers and so forth over the years, looking at sort of privacy impacts and so forth. This talk is going to go through a lot of things. You're going to hear me talk a bunch about data that fitness trackers and so forth collect. And one thing I'm going to actually talk a lot about is that this talk is somewhat irrelevant. Law enforcement is not actually yet using a lot of this data. It's still important that we realize what gets collected and what the protections are. But this has not really been used in any prosecution so far. This talk is a little bit more speculative and to inform people and to have you think about things. I am a lawyer. I am not your lawyer, but I do want you to take one piece of advice away from this, which is do not ever consent to the search of a phone or a computer or anything. Anytime you are pulled over by police or so forth, the one thing you say is, I want to talk to my attorney. I do not consent to the search of this car. I do not consent to the search of this phone. And so, as I mentioned, we're going to talk a lot about all the very personal data that your Apple Watch and so forth collect. And it's still not really being used. This obviously could change. Things are very fast moving. I've had to change this talk a couple times over the last 2 days because of things that are happening. But so far it's been all text messages and searches and so forth. So I'm going to do a very little bit on this. I actually did a talk at BSides in 2018 where I went very deep into how warrants work, how wiretaps work, how PRTTs work. And so if you're interested in this, please go find that talk. I'm happy to answer questions about it if you go watch it and you email me or so forth. But I'll just give you a little bit of a flavor of what this is when police are going after those search history and text messages and so forth. So a subpoena is one of the lowest burdens of proof, essentially. But it doesn't give you as much information. It gives you metadata. The Fourth Amendment obviously is written in colonial times, and so they thought about this as well, it's not that private, the addressing information on the outside of an envelope. Everybody can see it. And so if you just want to get to and from information, we shouldn't need that high of a burden of proof. Obviously, anybody who studies stuff like World War II with the Enigma and so forth, you can see that network analysis and so forth will actually give you a ton of information, but we also have computers now to help us with that. But generally, subpoena is a lower standard, less information, less privacy protection. Warrants give you full content, and so there's a higher burden for that. These are mostly what are used if someone's going to get text messages and so forth. And you need to show probable cause that a crime has been committed in order to get this full content data. Related to that, law enforcement has started realizing there's all this cool new tech out there with all this juicy information that they could get. And so they've started using keyword warrants, which are very problematic from a civil liberties standpoint. You're not starting with a person, you're saying, I want to find everybody who Googled for like this abortion drug. I want to find everybody who Googled for abortion clinics in a certain state. And so you're basically fishing for your suspects. I am going to tweet out my slides, so there's a lot of URLs and links in here. I am at WendyCK on Twitter, so you can find the slides after. So if you want to, feel free to take pictures of the slides up here, but I will tweet them. And geofence warrants are also very problematic. These are somewhat similar to the cell site location information warrants. The police have done give me everybody that connected to a particular cell tower. So sometimes they're pulling it from that, sometimes they're asking Google for people who are in a certain area. These were used a lot in the January 6th prosecution, who connected to certain Wi-Fi endpoints within the Capitol building and so forth. Also problematic from a civil liberties standpoint, because you're not starting with a suspect. You're like, let me throw out a digital phishing net and see what sort of suspects might come up in it. And wiretaps, which is what I have the most legal experience with, are very similar to warrants for stored content, in that you get the full content from them. The federal wiretap statutes say wiretaps can only be used for certain crimes. If you go look that up, it's a huge laundry list of crimes. There's a lot in there. And D-orders are something else that I have a ton of experience with. This is basically subscriber information. So you can say, you know, I'm going to do a subpoena to get the to and from for a communication, and I'm going to do a D-order for the subscriber information from that. And basically, they will do hops along a network to see who's talking to who and who these people actually are. Google is one of the companies that tries to be pretty open about what sort of data they provide. You can go to the Google Transparency Report Center, and they tell you for all these various types of law enforcement orders that I just walked through exactly what sort of information they're going to hand over. All of that is kind of cool. I'm a bit of a wiretap nerd because I worked on them and whatever. I gotta say, a lot of what's happening has nothing to do with wiretaps. They don't take the time to get warrants. They capture cell phones, and they ask for permission to search the cell phone, and then they take your cell phone and do forensic analysis on it. There's a lot of tools out there that will basically take phones and extract text messages, extract your location history. I am not an expert on this stuff. There's a lot of people around who are. My friend Rihanna wrote a really great op-ed in The Hill recently talking about how the federal government really wants to be serious about helping to protect women. They could say that federal law enforcement will not help with these cell phone digital forensics searches, because right now this is pretty much happening. And so as I mentioned, people will get the cell phones and ask for consent to search it. And so consent bypasses all of the probable cause and other protections that are in place for warrants and wiretaps and so forth. So very much do not ever consent to a search of a device. Even if you are positive you are innocent, just do not consent. Okay, so I promised we're going to talk about fitness trackers, and I've just been talking to you about warrants and keywords and so forth. So anytime you talk about fitness trackers and health, people go, well, the US has vertical sector privacy, and health is actually one of the areas where we have a vertical sector privacy law called HIPAA. HIPAA does not stand for like health information privacy or whatever. It stands for Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Originally had nothing really to do with privacy. There have been some add-ons with high tech and so forth. So I'm going to go very lightly over this. It protects information that originates from doctors, from hospitals, from insurance companies, and so forth. It imposes some very minimal security requirements. So I tell my dev team, you know, we need to do this for HIPAA, but we really need to do this to be secure. Like, the HIPAA requirements are pretty low-key. It has a bunch of administrative and technical safeguards in place, like your stuff has to be encrypted. Oh dear.
So we had a
outrageous speaker request for all the hugs.
Oh,
So we formed a hug squad.
oh, amazing.
Ready?
Hug squad?
Everybody, circle around. Go on.
Oh. That was the best. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Talking about HIPAA and getting a hub squad is maybe the bestest. Cool. So why does all this matter? What use is HIPAA? HIPAA really is to protect your health information so that if you work at a hospital and you have access to medical records, you can't just go spelunking through the medical records to see, does my neighbor have a particular disease? Why was a celebrity in the hospital? You can only access HIPAA protected health information if you're authorized to access it, aka you're providing care, so forth. There are a ton of exceptions in there around law enforcement, though. So since we just talked about warrants and wiretaps, we'll go quickly through some of these. These are all on the HHS website if you want to go look at them in more detail. So you can just get a subpoena for this information like we talked about, to identify or locate a fugitive, to basically give over information about a victim of a crime to help prosecute it, to alert law enforcement that maybe someone was assaulted and they've died, and so now it's a murder suspect or murder investigation. In good faith, if you think a crime has occurred at the hospital. There's also a huge exception for protecting the president. So if someone goes to a doctor and says, I want to shoot the president, they're allowed to go alert Secret Service, that sort of stuff. And HHS has recently released some guidance around disclosures around reproductive care. That essentially says if you're a nurse and you suspect someone had a miscarriage that's suspicious, you can't just on your own go and report this to the police. However, there is still all the law enforcement exceptions in place, so it is still valid under HIPAA for basically law enforcement to send a warrant to a hospital to ask for information if they think it's a crime in that area. So, is all our fitness tracker data, like the Fitbit and the Apple Watch and whatever, protected by this great set of protections? No. Basically, fitness tracker information is created by us, and we are not covered entities, and so therefore HIPAA is pretty much off to the side. So it's a nice vertical sector privacy law that gives some safeguards, do not apply to fitness tracker data almost always. There's some exceptions, like if you have a pacemaker or you're wearing an insulin pump or something, under a doctor's orders, the information from that is still under HIPAA, but not your Fitbit or your Apple Watch. So what is a fitness tracker these days? Like we say, oh, a Fitbit, that's certainly one. That's sort of the classic fitness tracker. My watch tracks, oxygen saturation, my heartbeat, and so forth. My phone, if you keep your phone in your pocket while you're walking around, it will keep track of how often are both your feet on the ground, how fast you go up and down stairs. I have this scale at home, and it reports all sorts of stuff up into the cloud for me. I have a Peloton because I also stopped going to the gym during the pandemic, and I have one of these, and it talks to Apple Health and Google Fit. So the fitness trackers know a lot about body attributes about us, what's our heart rate and so forth. And they also know some other stuff that law enforcement might be interested in. Where you were is a really big one. And so this is not actually an example from a fitness tracker, but I thought this was a nice tweet that sort of summed up. This is from the recent thing where the Tim Hortons app in Canada got in trouble for tracking when people were coming and going from work and from home. And so this is a sort of information that's just available on your phone if you have an app and you've given the app location access. There's also a really famous example in this area of Strava leaking the private military bases. People would scroll around on the map and be looking at these really empty, desolate areas in the Middle East and go, why is there a little square with a whole bunch of people running? And it turns out those were secret forces bases. And they absolutely did not intend to do this. They're very smart people, but they're not, engineers, and they didn't maybe notice that the stuff was by default public. One that was very disturbing to me is one that just came out somewhat recently. Strava's flyby, they're like, well, okay, part of the problem with leaking the military bases was that you could see stuff that wasn't close to you, so we'll make sure that all the location stuff is near you, so if you run past someone, maybe you want to find out what their running route is. It turns out a lot of people start and end their runs at their home, so you could find someone's home address by running near them. They didn't really learn anything from all of this. They made some default privacy changes, saying you'd have to upload runs nearby. This is from June. I just had to pull this after I submitted this talk because you can upload completely fake fitness data into Strava showing completely unreasonable times, and it will show you running routes near you, and someone used it to discover a bunch of secret military sites in Israel. So location stuff can be very sensitive if you don't think carefully about how it can be abused. Apple Health also tracks location. They're a little bit more privacy protective. This is from a walk I did near my house, and you can see there was a map. There's not really any way for me to share that map publicly. So it's in my Apple Health. If you use Peloton and you do outside walks with them, they have maps and they will allow you to share it publicly, so it could sort of go through there, but that's not by default public, so it's a little better. But the information is still there if law enforcement, wanted to submit a warrant for it. And fitness tracker stuff is super common for people wanting to track their bike routes and their running routes and so forth, and so there's a lot of stuff on the websites for these tools that explain to you how to turn it on, how do I use this to track things. So in addition to the GPS, as we mentioned, there's a lot of private health information about people's bodies that these trackers have and that they store. One very interesting fitness tracker is the Oura Ring, and they have a temperature sensor in them. I'm sure most of the women in this room know this, but for the guys, your body temperature changes when you ovulate. And so body temperature actually can be a very good indicator of fertility. Are you pregnant? Are you not? It's different for every woman, but overall. And so when I was talking about this with some friends, they're like, oh, but Oura, sure, they're tracking your temperature, but you have to very carefully take your temperature if you're trying to get pregnant. It's probably not accurate enough. It's not really a real risk. So Oura is like, oh no, here's how you can use it to track if you're ovulating. Let us tell you how you do it. Let us even give you some scientific studies to show exactly how precise it is. So as I said, I don't think anybody's actually using this in court so far, but if you wanted to bring this evidence in, Oura is going to help you authenticate that data to show possibly, yes, someone actually was ovulating, stopped ovulating, therefore maybe was pregnant. So in addition to just things like Oura trying to guess if you're ovulating or not because of your body temperature, there is a ton of support in these apps for cycle tracking that's a little bit more manual. There was a huge wave of articles in May, June, about should we be using these cycle apps? Should we delete it? Do we need to delete all this data? That can actually have serious health implications for a lot of women who really need to track their cycle. The controversies around these actually even predates what happened in May. This FTC consent order is from January 2021. I can totally talk. Flow was releasing a lot of data to advertisers and not really letting their users know that, like, hey, you're putting this very sensitive information into the app, and we're sending it to advertisers. And Apple Health and Google Fit finally woke up, realized a lot of women use fitness trackers and added cycle tracking just directly as like a primary sort of thing that can be tracked through those platforms. And I think that I took this picture from Google Fit. Looking at it, I don't remember if this is Apple Health or Google Fit, but it's pretty similar between the two of them. You can just go in and enter the data. So I've been tossing around a lot of terms about Apple Health and so forth. These are the four really biggest players in this field, and they all interoperate. So when I ride on my Peloton, I send the data to Apple Health, and then it sends it to Google Fit. So they all have APIs and work, and so your data's kind of replicating out among there. One of the other reasons why these are sort of the big ones in the field is that each one of these also supports a lot of third-party apps. These are things like the Peloton is actually a third-party app in this. Strava is somewhat a third-party app on Fitbit and so forth, and there's tons of other different apps you can get to plug in like sleep trackers, meditation, so forth. There's also wildly varying quality. This is my favorite Fitbit app. We came across this and we were doing, looking over various apps in the field. This app literally does nothing but put a roach on your Fitbit watch and have it dance around. I at first saw this and I was like, oh, this is like one of those flashlight mobile apps that really steals your contacts. But it appears not to. It actually doesn't ask for very many permissions. It literally just puts a roach on your watch and dance around. But if it wanted to, it could have access to all of your health information. There's a lot of trust that's happening here. And the way that this is governed in the Google Health and Google Fit, Apple Health, so forth, sort of space is through permissions. And there's wildly varying permission models among these. Apple Health is really good in that it gives you the chance to app by app share what data goes. So this is my scale asking for permissions. I'm unsure why my scale needs my body temperature, but I have it turned on because I was too lazy to turn it off. I could individually toggle these off and on. It also allows it so you can see all the stuff. Again, I'm unsure why my scale keeps reporting my height because so far as I know, it doesn't have a laser height measurement, but there I continue to be somewhat short. Google Fit, on the other hand, has much coarser permission sets. So you can basically give it access to like vital health or not, and it's a little harder on app by app to say like yes to temperature, no heart rate. They do, however, give you some really nice ways to delete data if you decide you no longer trust Google Fit, no longer want to use it. They have Google Takeout and a bunch of other stuff, but right from within the app, you can go in and delete a bunch of saved data. And so one of the other nice ways to see all the data that these apps support and that you can save and whatever is to go through their developer nodes. So I've spent tons of time going through developer SDKs in the health space and looking at like what could I be storing in this system. So here I can track cervical mucus, which is something that people look at if you're pregnant, if you're trying to become pregnant. This would all be obviously so far self-reported, I believe. You could write an app that attempts to auto-write this. I can report the results of an ovulation test if I wanted to. I can report spotting. If you're looking to prove that someone had a miscarriage, this might be some data that you would want to look at, and Google Fit has an API to read and write it. So one of the other things, in addition to the primary health stores and the third-party apps, is embedded ad libraries, because this is the mobile ecosystem that we live in, and it's actually not often displaying ads to you. Like, there are certainly apps that will show you ads. This is much more the app's collecting data and sending it to third parties who then want to use the information to market to you. Apple Health has recently done a bunch of basically UX improvements to surface to you what sort of permissions stuff is going to request. This is the Moody cycle tracker, showing you roughly what types of data it's going to collect. This is another one which I cannot remember. Flow. This is Flow showing you what sort of data it's going to collect. And you can see it's a little different. The data linked to you, location and usage and so forth. Here we had a bunch of other stuff that is not linked to you. So this is a much more privacy protective app than this one. And so Flow had the FTC consent decree. It's part of why I went. And I was like, I'm curious what they're showing that they're using. And so you as a user can educate yourself and say like, oh, well, I'm a little concerned about all this data being linked to me and Flow holding it. You know, maybe I'm okay with this being an Apple Health data centers because Apple Health has a really good legal team. They have strong protections, and we're going to actually talk about how Apple Health stores this stuff. But who knows what Flow does? Maybe Flow has a server under a developer's desk plugged in like at their home. Like, I am unsure what their security and privacy protections are. HIPAA does not apply, so you know we're not necessarily even encrypting this stuff. The other one that is not as invasive as ad libraries, but is also somewhat of a problem, is the crash analytics and usage and so forth stuff that you can include in your apps. A lot of developers include third-party things that will basically track how people use the apps or where are errors occurring. They're really good for helping developers make the app better because they give them a lot of useful data. Side effect of that in a health app is that they're going to know what was on essentially the screen where the error happened. Maybe, your heart rate spiked really high and it couldn't handle a heart rate of 199 beats per minute, and so therefore you overflowed some field, and so now they have that information also. And so again, this is just an Apple Health app screenshot, sort of showing that it's collecting usage information, and it's linking it to your account, so you can collect it a little bit more anonymously or tied to a particular phone. So we're putting a lot of trust in the companies that hold this stuff. And we think a lot of times in the field about protecting from like hackers, protecting from accidental data breaches and so forth. We don't always think about protecting from the government. Unless you've been in the civil liberties space for a long time, this is a little bit more of a new angle on some of this. And so there's been a lot of talk about like what is Microsoft going to do? What is Amazon going to do? And part of the reason why I had to redo this talk this week is I believe on Monday this came out. There's a teenager in Nebraska who had her mom help her self-manage an abortion. Her friend went to the police, told them about this. The police came and interviewed her. She scrolled through her phone while they were there. And so the police got a warrant. This came out, I believe, Tuesday? I think I put the slide in on Tuesday. They released the warrant saying, well, we saw them scroll through the phone and we believe there's evidence of a murder in the Facebook messages that she showed us. And they went to Facebook with a warrant for Facebook message data about a murder. And the messages were released, and so the police are saying that this shows that, yes, she did have an abortion. I think they said 24 weeks, which they say is illegal in Nebraska. And so I put this in mostly to show that still, we are not really looking at fitness tracker data yet. Like, it's great that we're aware of all of this, and we do need Apple Health and Google Fit and whatever to protect this information if police become interested in it, but that's not even where the fight is right now. The fight is over, messages and whatever. But they do have all our health information, and Apple is pretty open about, like Google, what sorts of data they will turn over in response to what sorts of legal requests that come in. Apple's legal process guide, again, that's a link. You're welcome to click on it when I put the slides out. Will give you extensive information about what you would get in return for a warrant and so forth. Apple stores all health data in CloudKit, which is what they use for iCloud. And so it is actually end-to-end encrypted, and it's fairly limited what Apple can actually see. This is very similar to the problem that happened with the Apple versus FBI fight, where the messages were end-to-end encrypted, and Apple's like, we're sorry, we can't give you the plain text of this because we don't have access to it. This is similar to if you use Signal or some other end-to-end encrypted messaging service. And Apple has recently put out some guidance about how they protect users' health data, talking about, it's end-to-end encrypted, we use very high standards of security to protect it, and so forth. Google also put some stuff out saying, yes, we also protect health data. One of the things that Google noted is that Google Fit is a fairly small player in this space, but Google Maps is huge. A lot of people use location history. I actually have location history on my phone. I found it super useful if I want to be like, oh my gosh, I was on vacation in this place, I went to this really great donut shop, and I want to go back when I go back 3 years later. Let me go look roughly at the dates and see where I was. And so I personally have found a lot of use out of it, so I keep it on. But this is, again, you need to think carefully about, should I turn it off for a few days? Should I bring my phone with me? I know people generally recommend, if you are in one of these situations, don't do something weird, like you always use your phone, all of a sudden you don't, because that can look suspicious. But that's a little bit outside the purview of this talk. But so they realize that this location data is very sensitive, and they don't want people to have to make these choices about, do I incriminate myself by not bringing my phone, or incriminate myself by bringing my phone? And so they're, on their end, deleting a lot of location data in sensitive areas. They are basically improving the sort of information that they show you about what the health apps track. So very similar to those Apple Health screenshots that I showed. They're doing some work there too. And they have basically a little blurb about how they push back on overbroad warrants. So I know from my time working in this stuff that there are all kinds of ways that warrants can be goofy, and you can either choose to be like, okay, I'm going to read this as it really should have been and give you the data, or I'm going to reject the entire warrant on a technicality. And so they try to push back a lot of technicalities. That can be very expensive. It's a lot of attorney time, and so Google can do this, but a lot of the smaller folks can't. And also, remember, this data is also in the smaller third-party apps. And so I was like, I wonder if any of them are putting out guidance like Apple and Google just did. It turns out, not really. This is Flow's privacy policy. They note like, hey, we secure your data, and they actually say like, hey, you might not want to delete your data because then our app might not function the way that it's supposed to. Aura Ring has some stuff up where they talk about locations and period protection, whatever. They don't say a lot about what they're going to do in response to warrants that come. Strava also has some stuff up talking about the information that they have. Not really a lot about, hey, what are we going to do if we get a warrant for someone's location information showing that they were near an abortion clinic or not. So as we've been mentioning, a lot of this fitness tracker stuff really is just circumstantial evidence. Was a person pregnant? Are they now not pregnant? Did they go near an abortion clinic? This is not like a text message saying, I went and had an abortion. So one of the things people are concerned about is the states where abortion is illegal after 6 weeks or so, that they will try to find like the date of a woman's last period and use that to prove that, you know, we know an abortion happened and it happened after a certain date that is illegal in this state. And so there is a lot of concern about what they could infer from the fitness tracker data. Again, I have not seen any cases where this has happened yet, but we're also still very early days. One of the scenarios here that people worry about is traveling to another state to have an abortion. So did you go to that state? Were you pregnant when you went to this state? Are you now not pregnant? There's been a lot of speculation about what might happen here, what will happen with crimes across state lines and so forth. Another one is I'm at home and I order mail order pills, or I get a hold of pills some other way and I do a self-managed abortion at home. This is probably where they're going to look for search history. Probably what really seems to be happening in these sort of cases is what happened in Nebraska, where you tell someone that you had a self-managed abortion and they go to the police. So I've seen a lot of stuff out there saying, honestly, the best advice here is to think very carefully about who you trust and who you talk to. And again, this tends to be search history and text message or Facebook message sort of stuff. So a lot of this, like in all things in computer security, comes down to it depends. What is your risk model? I am still using fitness trackers. I'm also extremely lucky to live in Washington State, and I'm a very privileged person where I could up and fly to other states, or I could probably go to Canada very easily. If you are a teenager living in Texas or so forth, you're in a very different situation than I'm in. And one of the things that's very scary with these is pretty much any woman could be subject to an ectopic pregnancy if they accidentally got pregnant. And those are always fatal if they are not handled, and there's a lot of state abortion bans that are trying to include these. So this is not an AppSec talk, but I'll throw a little bit in here. New York Times had a fairly good article that was written, mostly to a general public that talks about a handful of things like turning off location sharing, although again, think carefully about turning it off just for 2 days. Resetting mobile tracking IDs on your phone so that you can't necessarily be tracked across all these different apps. Telling Google to just never store location history and so forth. There's a group called Digital Defense Fund that does amazing work here. If you're interested in this stuff, they are really who you want to talk to and read their guidance. They have a wonderful abortion privacy link up on their website, and this is a really great graphic that they made and talks about all kinds of ways to protect yourself. Like, these are the experts. I know about HIPAA and I know somewhat about threat modeling fitness trackers. I am not an abortion privacy person. I mean, I guess maybe I kind of am since I'm giving this talk, but not really. These are the experts. This is who you really want to go talk to. And these folks have done some vetting of period tracking apps, and I went and looked at them, and I agree these are probably your best bet if you need to use a period tracker, because they're not tracking that much and they're very privacy protective. So like Apple Health is end-to-end encrypted, and you have Apple's attorneys, and some of these are tracking just locally, not syncing it into a cloud. So if you want to use one, those are pretty good options. But again, really, this fitness tracker stuff is kind of cool. As a privacy nerd, it's interesting to look at, but this is not where the real threat is. The threat is text messages and so forth. And they're looking at search history. So, throw up a couple resources. These are people who are actually experts in this. Kendra, Maggie, and Emma did a really nice Medium post, Fear, Uncertainty, and Period Trackers, that really goes through a lot of this, and they have sort of a follow-up talking about like how period trackers could be used to try to prove women are pregnant. It's great. And so that is my talk. I think I have some time for questions. Cool. Okay. And somewhere around there is a mic. Oh. All right. If you ask a question, if I can't hear it, I'll ask you to come up closer to me and I will try to repeat it. So who has one? Okay, the question was, I talk a lot about end-to-end encryption as a way that companies can protect user privacy. And there's a question, are there any laws about that? Like he said specifically about deleting data. Oh wow, that is the can of worms that I somewhat was avoiding here. If you work in this space, you're probably aware there's a lot of push to say that law enforcement has to always be able to get into messages. It sort of comes from the Apple versus FBI fight with terrorism. There's a lot of concerns about CSAM, child sexual abuse material, and so forth. These are very legitimate concerns. They still have very far-ranging privacy issues, and obviously if you have end-to-end encryption that is intentionally broken by law enforcement, that is, in my definition, no longer end-to-end encrypted. I do not trust law enforcement to keep whatever escrow keys they use private. You can all go read about Matt Blaze's fun with the Clipper chip. I'm a huge fan of encryption history. So yeah, well, that is a huge policy sort of fight that is happening in the US and the UK and in Australia, and I have given talks on it. I'm not an expert on that. Write to your senators and tell them we still need end-to-end encryption because it does more good than harm. So the comment was that you can just not collect data. So those period trackers that I showed, at least Yuki and Drip sort of take that approach. That is very hard in our ad-driven ecosystem. I spent many years at Amazon as a developer working on personalization and recommendations. I'm well aware of the business need to collect a lot of information. It is such an uphill fight. There are people who try to fight that. I use uBlock Origin in my browser, which blocks a lot of stuff, and I still get ads follow me around the internet. And I'm like, okay, come on, I'm using Chrome with this ad blocker. Why do I see the same pair of shoes on every ad, or forced into my Facebook feed or on Instagram and so forth? So yes, but I really don't like privacy and security advice that sort of puts the fault on users. I prefer policy changes and so forth. And so yes, that's a way to protect us, but it's not a really realistic answer. Any other? Do you have one? No other questions. All right, awesome. Thank you so much for coming to my talk.
stand on tiptoes for this one. All right. Oh, I'm totally doing this on tiptoe. All right, everybody, thank you for coming. If we can get the door closed, thank you for wonderful B-Sides. Thank you for being here for our very last talk. We have an awesome talk on busting biases in InfoSec. And everybody's probably heard my spiel about please keep your cell phones off. Please don't record things because we're recording it for you. If you have questions at the end, try to speak up. You'll repeat them. If not, you can always come up to the mic. I'm going to get out of your hair and out of your way so we can hear this talk.
Cool. So, who answers to the pronoun I or you? And don't raise your hand. That was good. I didn't expect that. Well, what's really funny is that I said you at that point, and there were multiple people who raised their hands. All of you identified as part of that you, even though I was talking to a group. Isn't that interesting? But if I say, who answers to the pronoun I or you, the rest of you, and your brains just went, they're not talking about me now. He's talking about that person. And this gentleman here said, well, he's not talking about the rest of everyone, he's talking about me. There was a part in your brain that clicked on and off without you having to analyze what I was saying, think about it. There was something in your brain that just clicked and said, that's me. What was that? You see, over the course of millennia and hundreds of millennia that we've existed as a species, but as far as brains have existed throughout millions of years, evolution has essentially crafted our brains to develop patterns. And these patterns have done all kinds of things for us, mostly around survival, right? If your brain doesn't develop a pattern to identify the rustling trees and the rustling bushes as possibly dangerous, there may be a bear or a tiger or something back there going to eat me, I need to get out of here, you probably didn't survive long enough to pass on your genes, and therefore your brain functions. The people who did develop patterns and the animals that did develop patterns to react and to be able to form those split second, they're not thinking about it, it's just the instinct, that gut feeling. Those are the ones that survived. And so these brain patterns exist, and these brain patterns persist even today. And even walking in and sitting down, I've already shown how you've already made a couple little assumptions there. But even walking around, you've already seen by processing sensory input about what's going on up here with me, you've already made assumptions, you may not realize it. For instance, you may think that I can see you right now. I can kind of see these people up here. I can't see really the rest of you. You're a blur. And it would really help if I wore my glasses. These aren't my glasses. These are some empty frames. Now, how many of you thought those were my real glasses? There may have been a few of you. You didn't think about that. You didn't go, oh, yeah, glasses, and you can probably see with those. Your brain matched a pattern, made an assumption, did not arise in your consciousness to see that. But now, when I did that just now, put my fingers through the frames and revealed that, for those that didn't know, it probably twinged you a bit like, oh wow, I got tricked. Just a little bit. It's not a huge trick, but it's a little trick, courtesy of the great James Randi. But you probably had a little bit of, wow, something happened there. That something happening there is your brain going, wow, my pattern didn't work. I need to develop a new one. And so now your brain's already saying, we need, just like a sim rule, a sim alert, you're already starting to slightly adjust your pattern. Maybe I should see if there's some kind of reflection in the lenses before I just assume someone has glasses on. Or maybe your brain just goes, well, you know what, this was a weird one-off situation, and I don't need to develop a pattern for that. Whatever. But your brain is raising alarms. Now the question is you didn't do a thing about that. You didn't decide for any of those things to happen to you. They happened to you. So the real question is what choice did you really have over any of that? Thanks for coming to this talk. My name is Oddjob, and I am a co-founder, board member, and CEO of Circle CityCon. And I've been hacking for 10 years. In fact, it's really interesting. My first DEF CON was DEF CON 20. Noob. So that's been really fun to be able to speak at BSides LV's 9th year. So I'm very happy to have that. I also work for Fortune 500 as a cyber resiliency director. And just a fair warning, I am not a psychologist. I am not a neurologist. I've just learned from some of them, but I am no way trained. Uh-oh. I am being approached. I need an adult.
It's okay, I'm not a roving bartender either. I am an evil fairy, and I believe you requested.
Oh my goodness.
Something along these lines?
It is perhaps possible that I did. Actually, I forgot I requested this. Oh, wow. All right, well, you're going to get Malort face through this whole talk. That's true. Ha. It keeps going too, like, ah. Like, you know how like a wine kind of develops? That just kind of, yeah. It's glorious. And there also may be some advice that I give that might be considered somewhat of a legal nature, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm not giving legal advice. Go talk to your lawyers about some stuff that you may find legally, I don't know, suggestive later. So here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about base assumptions about our brains, because that's where our base assumptions come from, right? And then we're going to talk about some biases and fallacies and what those are functionally within our brains, what those are. And we're going to talk about how bias arises in InfoSec. So how do we see biases in our everyday lives, including in our jobs, especially when we're trying to convince people to maybe do certain things or not do certain things. We may have to help them overcome their bias, and we need to overcome our own on various levels. And then we're going to talk a little bit about things you can do to help mitigate or kind of start on a path to notice and mitigate your own biases. And there's some junk down at there at the bottom of this slide. Don't know where that came from, but so let's get back to this, because we didn't answer that question, did we? Who answers the pronoun I or you? Well, again, it's all about brain patterns, and the real question is, what are you? Yeah, you're the meat suit, but like, what are you? So what is generating the you-ness? That sounds like woo, but we're gonna get into consciousness here. So I want you to take a moment to hold something in your hand. Could be your badge, could be a can of something. And I want you to feel like there's some texture maybe there. Maybe there's a corner. If it's a Coke can, don't like cut yourself on any of the thin metal. But yeah, just kind of carefully and think about that, notice what's happening. Now, it's interesting because the sensations you're receiving obviously are the touch, but the quality of those sensations that are going on in your brain right now, you have no control over. Those are things your brain are just doing for you. It's popping up in consciousness. Everything you're noticing about your badge. By the way, you now have a better understanding and feeling for your badge than you probably did 5 seconds ago. None of that is your decision. You're not making any decisions about what's going on right now with how you're thinking and the way your brain is right now formulating what it thinks and what it's doing with this. So this is very important to kind of understand. So the other question I want to ask is, essentially, make sure I have it on the right slide there. Okay. So the other question I want to ask you is I want you to think of a song that you like. Now you notice I put some patterns in there, or some pauses in there. One of the most interesting pauses was between song and you like. How many of you, when I said song, immediately thought of some kind of song? Okay. Was it a song you liked? Okay. Someone said no. That's interesting because your brain actually does like to remember negative experiences more than positive. But if you've listened to that song loads and loads and loads of time, that pattern may override the negative pattern. So that's interesting. But the point I'm getting at is you didn't choose what song popped into your head. You didn't go, of the library of music that I'm aware of in my Napster my Apple downloads. That's the song I want to choose. Your brain said, brr, Dua Lipa, right? Something. That was it? Okay, awesome. I'm a mentalist. So, but you've got that. You did not choose to select that song. Of any choice we could possibly think we really make in life, that should be a choice we think we should be able to make. because it's completely within us. It has nothing to do, we think, with the outside world. But let me ask you another question. How many of you think if we were to go back just however long it takes to go back to the time before I asked that question, and you know nothing about what has happened over the last 30 seconds, how many think you would have chosen a different song? Neurology tells us you wouldn't. Your brain state would be in the exact same space as when I asked that question. And because it was, and the circumstances are the same, given everything's equal, you would come up with the exact same thing. Now, if I were to ask it, you'd come up with a load of other things. But again, you're now in a different brain state. Okay. So what control do we really have over our minds then? We don't know. We actually don't know this. This is something that's very not misunderstood, but there's just not a lack of knowledge in there. A lot of the things that I've just triggered in you to think about don't lie at the high level of consciousness. Because you could review your choice and be like, I think I actually really like this song more. You could do that, and to that level, maybe you have a choice. But that gut instinct, you did not have that choice. So really, what I want to now talk about are biases. Because biases live in that world that we just dove into in your mind. It's that part that you don't really have a control over, especially the implicit bias portion. So let me help you understand this. So biases are a prejudice in favor of or against something. People, objects, ideas. An explicit bias is something that you would admit. It's something self-reported. It's essentially a belief you hold. For instance, a very common, well, I won't say common, but probably commonly known bias. Someone might say, well, I believe men and women are equal, but women are built differently and their minds work differently, so therefore they're not suited for certain positions. And you know what? Men aren't really people. They're not suited for that. They're analytical, so they really shouldn't stay at home and do any of that kind of work because they're men. They're just built differently. We're equal, but we're just built differently. That bias is an explicit bias. It is self-reported. Implicit bias is not something you would even know to admit to. It's not a belief you maybe even know you have. An implicit bias, though, does affect your decision making because it's in that unconscious part of the brain that we just went into. And it's something that you don't necessarily become aware of until someone kind of does something like this to make you aware of where this is. Which actually is funny because there's some HTTP not found, so maybe there's something fun there. So an idea of an implicit bias, for instance. So there was some name studies that have been done. A very interesting name study that was done is, I forget which institution did this, but they essentially submitted loads of applications to job postings. And essentially what they did is they had job postings and they had applications, and they had some male-sounding names, and they had some female-sounding names, they had some culturally white, European-sounding names, they had some culturally black-sounding names, some Latino-sounding names, Asian-sounding names, and I know that's an entire continent, so there's all kinds of different names that can go there. But they did this, they sent this to people, but then you know what else they did? They took some of the same resumes and just switched the names. And they were judged differently, just because of the name. They didn't go, oh, well that has to be, this person, so I'm not going to do that. They may not have had that going on in their brain at the top level, but at the bottom level, there was something about the name that biased them at the implicit level against that resume and caused them to downscore that. Now, it's not like there's a 50% difference in scoring, but it still is significant enough to where you won't get a callback. In fact, I remember as an anecdote, there was someone who was trying to apply to Target, and she's black. She changed her name to a male and a white-sounding name, and sure enough, got a callback immediately. That's an anecdote. Plural of anecdote is not data, but definitely the singular anecdote is not data either. But that's just another illustration further of this phenomena that we have, this implicit bias. And by the way, this wasn't just men that were reviewing the resumes, this was also women. So this is something that we all actually can have within us. Something else I want to talk about is fallacies. And in order to understand fallacies just a little bit, there's two things that you need to understand about reasoning. This is a syllogism. It's a way of essentially arguing and laying out an argument to where you can say by the time the conclusion is cited that yes, this is true. So let's look at this. Premise 1, all humans are mortal. Premise 2, odd job is a human. Conclusion, odd job is mortal. Okay. There's two things that have to be there's two things that have to be correct in order for this to not only be a true conclusion, but a reasonable conclusion. First of all, the premises have to be true. Now, we could go and talk about whether there are any immortal humans walking amongst us. If any of you are 25 and there are actually 25,000, please let me know. We want to run tests on you and keep you in a lab in Area 51. But if we do know there are immortal beings on this earth. There's like little microscopic hydra that literally don't age and don't die. Their cells reproduce perfectly every time. Jellyfish are immortal. They don't die. They just die when a sea turtle eats them for spaghetti. You know, that's what I was watching a video of that the other day. I said, "This is beautiful." Oh wow, this is actually horrifying, depending on the perspective. So the premises look like they're true. Great. But not only that, it has to follow. Now, what do I mean by follow? Well, we could also say odd job is mortal, which we all agreed upon in the last syllogism. We could say all humans are mortal, which again, we agreed the premise of the last one. But can we say odd job is a human because of the first two premises? Well, I could be a dog and still be immortal. Right? So it does not follow just because odd job is immortal and just because all humans are mortal, it doesn't therefore follow that odd job is human, even if the premises are true. So there's those two different things about logic that you got to understand here. Fallacious reasoning happens also at that base level, that bias level, that implicit level of the brain to a degree. Kind of hops up a little bit between implicit and explicit bias. But essentially, those things really mess with your day-to-day, especially if you deal with data a lot. Because coming to conclusions is a very important thing. And not everyone develops everything into syllogistic form in order to do that. You can't live life that way. You can't live life in a syllogism. But I want to talk about some biases now, because that's why we all came here, right? We came here to learn about biases. We've learned a little about the human brain. We've learned about how we have these vulnerabilities, biases, some fallacies, some fallacious reasoning. And that's built in, that's hardwired. I want to see the software bill of materials for our brains, because we got some dependencies that are rotten. I'm sure a few people have probably seen this image, okay? This is a World War II study that was done during the war. Essentially, these are bombers that came back from their missions, and essentially the Allies wanted to take a look and see, hey, do we need to beef up armor on our bombers? So they took data points. Each one of those bullet holes represents a bullet hole and location on a bomber that came back in this study. And what ended up happening is they mapped them onto just this image here to show where the bullet holes are. And they asked a pool of experts, where do you think we should spend the time, effort, money, resources, manufacturing power, beefing up the armor or something with those locations? And most of the experts said, well, obviously, the main fuselage is getting hit, the wingtips are getting hit, and way back there on the tail wing, we're getting some hits, so probably want to focus in those areas. Because they're getting hit a lot. You know, bullets are going through, so that's not a good thing. Another expert said, we need to take a look at everything that doesn't have a bullet hole and armor that up. Because what's missing is not only the bullet holes, but what's missing from the study is the planes that didn't come back. And where do you think those bullet holes might be if we would have been able to measure them? This is what's known as survivorship bias, where you're not considering the data you don't have and what that might tell you about what decision you should be making. So they went and armored up the engine, the cockpit area, the back tail fuselage, and I think they even maybe did some of the forward wings. More planes came back. Imagine that. And they had bullet holes in those areas. So there you go. You know it works. Hooray, bullets! Or they didn't have holes, but they saw dents, right? They saw it was working. So hooray, bullet holes. So survivorship bias does exist, not just in this model, but essentially, when we talk about successful people, for instance, if you've ever seen a slow media cycle during a week, you've probably seen like CNBC or someone say, oh, hey, here's 9 successful habits of successful people. And if you emulate these habits, you're going to be successful too. Sounds right. Sounds like it should follow, right? Odd job is mortal. Humans are mortal. Therefore, odd job is human. Wait. So, what is happening there is those successful people are waking up at like 4 a.m. They're doing exercise for an hour every day. They're reading a book. They're taking a half hour just to think. And you know what? That's cool, and that may be good for you. But is that what made them successful? We're looking at the people who have already survived and risen to the top, or sufficiently high to call them successful, whatever in this capitalist world. And we see that, and we say, great, we need to emulate that. But what we're missing are all the people who emulated those exact same factors and qualities and didn't make it. Maybe those criteria are not the criteria that we should be making our decisions on. Maybe these criteria are not the criteria we should be making our decisions on. About who to hire, who is successful, and how do you become successful. Very similar into how we write our job descriptions. Do we need 30 years of experience for an architect? Right? No. No, we don't, because there's plenty of people who only have 5 or 6, maybe even 8, or who knows how many. That's trivial. That's not what you're trying to get at. You're trying to get at what can they actually do? What do they actually know? And some of that's hard, right? And we're trying to put things into a job description to try and judge people on something we feel like we can control and know. But I've met people who've had 30 years of experience. They don't really know much. And I've met people who have a couple of years under their belt. Oh my gosh. Like they're brilliant. And I've met everybody in between, right? I think we all have. We even go back to the study that we talked about, the name study. One of the things we can actually do to limit survivor bias, especially in the hiring process, is taking a look at removing things that are not good criteria in the job description, but when the intake comes in, removing things like names, because that triggers a bias. Now, we can't necessarily control that bias or even be conscious of it all the time. So a mitigation in that case is to completely just remove it. Remove the name. You don't need it. The name is trivial to knowing whether someone's qualified, right? What about college names? If you even require a college degree, but let's say you don't, and people still put that on there. You should be proud of your college, I think. But if you're kind of a person that says, well, MIT, that's fantastic. Well, guess what? Who goes to MIT? And what are you going to end up selecting for? Probably people who are white, probably people who are male, cis, abled, on and on and on we could go. You're leaving out historically black colleges, you're leaving out women's colleges, you're leaving out community colleges where people who can't afford to go to Harvard and MIT, they weren't in there. But if we say MIT's the success level, we're leaving out everybody else. And that's killing us on our survivorship bias there. And we're losing on a lot of candidates. And I bet that job gap goes from this to this at least if we just did those two things alone. And of course, I always recommend don't even interview people until you know the pool of people in the resume pile are diverse. You know, if you have 100 applicants and only 10 are non-cis, white, male, you know, on and on and on, then you don't have probably a sufficiently diversified candidate pool. Go find more people, outreach, do things like that. You don't have to select specifically for that, but you have the pool that you pull from and can review. It's more likely you're going to get a good sample of people from the population, which that feeds into selection bias, not a part of this talk today. So the other bias that I want to talk about real quick is confirmation bias, the solution in search of a problem. Or the conclusion in search of evidence maybe. So essentially, confirmation bias is you formed a conclusion for some reason. It could even be just a gut feeling you have because you're an expert and you've been in security for 15 years and you just know when you see this, it means this, and you're just going to run with it. But you know, you think this is a DOS attack and you're going to have to get some evidence. And so you go and look for the evidence that confirms a DOS attack. And if you're going to do that, what the confirmation bias says happens is if you have this bias, you start rejecting, and we all do this honestly to some degree or another, we start either ignoring data we see that is contrary to our conclusion we started out with, or we outright reject it. We go, no. And so we may have a little bit of evidence that we might even go so far as to stretch its validity towards the conclusion, to say, yeah, no, you're wrong, mountain of evidence. I have this little grain of evidence here and I'm good. That's a confirmation bias. Going on Google, seeing all the studies that say you're wrong, and then finding that one that says you're right, and going like, there we go, got what I came for. I actually had to fight against that for this talk. I have confirmation bias, and I had to fight against that. In fact, I ripped even a part of this talk because I thought I had selection bias correct, and I didn't. And I actually searched a good while looking for my thought, and everything kept coming up, and I'm like, you know what? I'm talking about confirmation bias too. And this is a confirmation bias, and I'm actually going to call it out because we do this all the time when we research. There's always that little thing that says, nah, don't pay attention to that. You already got what you came for. You really should. And so what we should do when we come up with confirmation bias is we should actively seek out ideas, conclusions that are the direct opposite of what we're talking about, and try to look for, how could I be wrong? What would that look like? Test for that. It's kind of like in threat hunting. You have your hypothesis. You go look for the bad action that matches that hypothesis. But before you drop to the conclusion, it's kind of the scientific method. You do look for other explanations. You do look for other things that describe this behavior before going off and saying the world's on fire. People aren't going to like you very much if confirmation bias causes you a false alarm. There's the curse of knowledge bias, and I bet you everyone in this room has the curse of knowledge bias in them. So this says there's a tendency for well-informed individuals to find it hard to think about problems from the perspective of poorly formed individuals. I got it right. I remembered it now. So MFA is actually, I'm going to use this twice, but MFA is a really good example of this. So multi-factor authentication, we all know why we should have multi-factor authentication, or at least we should. Maybe varying degrees of us do. We may even know why we need certain types of multi-factor authentication. Maybe SMS isn't good enough, right? So we have all that, but when you're talking about users, they're not stupid, they're not informed. They don't know what you know. They don't know how bad you can really damage their personal life, the company through them, and everything else. They don't know. And so what they're seeing is, I have a username, I have a password, and now I got this thing on my phone that I gotta do just so I can do my job. And that's the way they see it. And this is a bias that's troublesome for us because when we're not thinking about people who are especially not in our own groups, let alone just limited knowledge, we're possibly pushing things that are not necessarily harmful to people, but inconvenient, and might also hurt our ends, which is adoption. We want everyone to adopt MFA. So instead of maybe pounding the hammer, maybe we bring not so well-informed people into the discussion. We learn from them. We talk with them, because now we're listening to things that don't already support our well-informed perspective. And then we come to this middle point where we go, aha, let's deploy this way instead. It's more convenient. It's better for the user for their use cases. Better adoption, more security. Yeah, we like that. That's good stuff. Can't always do that. Sometimes it's just impractical and expensive to do either way. But just know there is a curse of knowledge bias, and there is a way to override that. There's also the status quo and system justification bias. These two go hand in hand. They love each other. So status quo bias is we just love things the way they are. If it suits us, of course. If it doesn't suit us, well, you obviously don't like things the way they are. But especially people who are benefited by the way the things are, they tend to like things. And system justification bias ensures that they don't want to change. And they will not only just go like, well, that's the way it's always been, but they'll say, well, we can't change it because, and then they'll go through a list of things to say why they can't change it, totally disregarding maybe the reasons you're giving them to say, well, it's more expensive to do it this way. It's not scalable. It's not deployable. It's expensive, but it's going to cost a lot in the short run. Right. But it's going to cost a lot less in the long run. Right. You have to be able to get over that bias by understanding and getting someone to understand that things don't have to be just the way they've always been. And that's actually very hard to get people to realize, because as things get more close to person, like business is business, but when it starts becoming personal and dogma and things that we all hold very strongly, we don't like giving it up. Our brain just goes like, no, don't want to give it up, because it's what helps me survive. It's that rustling bush, and I need to make sure I keep safe. And I've been building my brain for over 30 years, and so those patterns are set. It loves that. It's going to take me a while to get new patterns going, but this one's kind of hard to help overcome for other people. But just be aware of it yourself. You may also have status quo bias, and you may also have status justification bias that you need to overcome yourself. Prevention bias. This is actually really cool. As I was looking up biases, this is an InfoSec bias specifically. So there's a study, and you can go read it. It's from 2021, and it's the prevention bias. And essentially, the prevention bias says when investing money to protect against risks, decision makers perceive that $1 spent on prevention buys more security than $1 spent on timely detection and response, even when investing in either option is equally effective. So if you have a situation where dollar for dollar, it's equally effective, they're going to say, nope, we need more prevention because that's better. Thank you, Gartner Magic Quadrant people in the prevention sector who have been telling everyone, don't detect, you need prevention. You need both. And so this is actually a bias that exists, and we've probably dealt with this all. And some of us may have this bias too, or have had it at some point, or maybe you've overcome some of it. This one is a little bit more of an explicit bias, because it's a belief. Well, prevention is better than detection. That is an explicit bias. So that's a little easier to overcome. We go, well, is it really? Here's actually some data that shows this may not actually be the case all the time. And you may have to show and do some extra work to help someone understand and get over this bias. No, we're doing detection and response now. We've got plenty of prevention investment. We need to start doing detection and response in a timely manner. There's also the Peltzman effect, which is also known as the risk compensation effect. And this is the tendency to take greater risk when perceived safety increases. So let's say we have MFA deployed. The company loves it. Great, awesome. Our prevention's way up. We notice attacks are way down. The incidents are way down. This is fantastic. We love it. Oh, by the way, we just went and signed up for a third-party SaaS provider, and we didn't really go and look at the terms and conditions or see if they were cloud certified by anybody, questionnaires. We didn't pay attention to any of that. But you know what? We saw that they had MFA, and we have MFA, and we can use our MFA up there, and that's great. So it's secure, right? So we can go ahead and put our most sensitive trade secret and proprietary data up there and trust that, right? And you go, we didn't put MFA in place so that you could go and take bigger risks. We put mitigations and safety in place to take care of the risks you are taking. Now we have to go through and assess this new model and go, here's what we got to do to protect this risk and to ensure this risk event doesn't happen. So that's a little bit of biases on an individual level. There's a lot more we can go into. Oh my gosh, there were DNS Princess knows, there were so many that I wanted to go through, and they were just like, no, you're not gonna have time. And I was like, no, you're right, I'm not gonna have time. So how to patch, because patching is everything, right? Patch all the things. So this is not easy. There's no prescription for this. This is kind of a conglomeration of various things I was able to read that people have found effective over time. This can be used for other people, it can be used for yourself, but awareness of biases. Even just attending this talk already, you are now aware of biases. I even went a little extra and helped make you aware of what's going on in your brain and swim around there and kind of understand that. Maybe made you have an existential moment where you're like, am I the driver of the meat suit? Do I really make decisions? Neurology doesn't know, so just assume you do for now. It's better that way. Agency is a good thing. That's a bias, explicit. So anyway, awareness is always your first step. So, and there's some online tools. I was actually going across Harvard. They have very specific explicit biases that you can go and test for, and they'll tell you what are some maybe implicit biases that are feeding into some of your beliefs around like vaccines or politics or just things around society and hell, interracial marriage and everything like that. Like there's all kinds of issues that they bring up that people have biases over, both explicit and implicit, and you can maybe identify some of those in you. So invite feedback. Inviting feedback is so important. It's overcoming that confirmation bias that, hey, I'm actually doing okay because I saw this one thing one time. The data says this, but I have this one friend who told me this thing, and so I know I'm right. There's some familiarity bias there too. Another one. I got another one in. But getting other feedback is very important. And groups that are outside of your social groups are certainly very important. Also, don't be defensive. Most of the time, what we're talking about is actually implicit biases. They're the hardest to detect. The one that you're going to be like, what? I believe that is the implicit bias. The one that surprises you is going to be the implicit bias. Don't get defensive. Your brain is going to want to do that, by the way. It's going to be like, oh my gosh, fight or flight. This is not okay. It's okay. The world's not going to fall. The sky's not going to fall. The world's not going to burn, at least not today. Maybe in 50 years. But you don't have to defend your implicit biases, because as we talked about at the beginning parts of the talk, you don't really control those. You just have those, and you've learned those over time, or they've been wired into your brain. That's just the way it is. But becoming aware of them is very important. So be open to understanding why you act or make decisions the way you do. You can make better decisions. And fourth, be on the lookout for contradictory beliefs and actions. Like I said, there's implicit biases that are a direct contradiction of your explicit beliefs. Whenever you see that, notice, wow, we've got a bias somewhere. If you have two opposing beliefs that you believe, and someone points that out and you go, wait, what? That's something going on. One of those is based probably on or both are based on an implicit bias of some kind. And guess what? Your brain will let you believe both of those things that can't be true are true. Cognitive dissonance. Your brain's survival mechanism to make sure you don't freak out about things that it thinks is good for your survival. So be sure to work on overcoming that. And not all biases are negative. You can have a bias that kind of is positive about something. Maybe instead of more of a pessimistic bias, it's an optimistic bias. It's still a bias nonetheless. Instead of underreporting, you overreport. Instead of underestimating, you overestimate. You misunderestimate. You misoverestimate. And so be aware of that. So sometimes you might go, well, that's okay. Well, no, it's not. Investigate it. See what it's about. Because again, that bias is that little shortcut your brain's making. It's that little vulnerability in your brain that may not be helping you make the best decisions. So, I'm Odd Job. My YouTube is Glass of 0J. You can get me on Twitter at 0DDJ0BB. You can actually get on my GitLab, and maybe some of the stuff at the bottom of the screen made sense for any of you. There will also be these slides up on my GitLab, so you can go check that out. I've got a blog I don't maintain anymore, but go ahead and go see it. It's got 2 posts on it. And of course, go check out CircleCityCon.org. It's happening September 16th through the 18th. So, does anyone have any questions? I'll try to listen really carefully and repeat them. Or comments, or anything. Criticisms, feedback. You're totally wrong. Oh. Did you have one? Oh, okay. I saw the eye squint and my brain went, oh, he may have a question. You know what? I told you, Dunning-Kruger effect was one I was wanting to do. Very similar to the, go back to it. Curse of knowledge bias. Very similar to the curse of knowledge bias, the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's kind of when you start out and you get a little bit of experience, you greatly overestimate the amount that you know. And as you get more experience, you come off Mount Stupid, it's called. It probably shouldn't be called that. But it goes down, and you kind of start realizing, okay, I don't know a lot of things. And then you might start realizing, oh yeah, I actually do know quite a bit of things. There's a lot of us down here in this little thing that we don't think we know a lot, but we really do. But also, you can't really tell them from noobs because they'll underreport their these people will report their knowledge correctly. We underreport our knowledge when we don't think we know a lot. But then the people up on the top of the mountain here who think they know a lot also report the same amount of knowledge that real experts do. So yeah, so the Dunning-Kruger effect is very, very similar, and it kind of is that. And then there's, of course, imposter syndrome for the people down here. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You said it applies to everybody in here? Yeah, it is. Imposter syndrome is probably applied to everybody in here at some point in your career. Unless you're an absolute noob, then welcome. Welcome, you're about to have it. Maybe not. You'll get through it. It'll be fine. You know, you're going to do well. It's great. We all got here. We all got where we are. We're awesome people. So, question.
Well, it's more of a statement. In the risk prevention bias,
yes.
One of the better examples I've seen is when you're ABS braking in cars, automatic seat belts, automatic braking, people are now tailgating so much closer and so much more aggressively, and speeds have gone up.
So, the Peltzman effect is named because Peltzman had a study in the 70s that actually studied traffic incidents and studied a behavior mechanism where as people started putting airbags and seatbelts into cars, people were starting to, although it did dramatically reduce fatalities of cars, over time it has increased people's feeling of safety. They have perceived safety, so they're going to take greater risks than they would have if they didn't have those safety mechanisms in place. The argument that originally was trying to be made through that, though, is, so we shouldn't put any safety mechanisms in place. Okay, we all laughed. But did you laugh because your bias made you laugh? Or did you laugh because you understand? So maybe that'll be an interesting thing to walk off there. But yeah. Any others? I like the comment. That was good. I like a discussion as well. What's Glass of Zero J? Glass of Zero J is my YouTube channel. I just pontificate on InfoSec stuff. I did stuff like hiring. If you want seniors, you need to hire juniors. I did. Don't stop fish testing. Like, I literally think you should stop doing that. Go see my video for that. Anyway, enough shameless self-promotion. But yeah, go check out the YouTube channel. It's fun. I try to do a video every week. So I just posted one Monday. There'll be another one next Monday. Probably about this talk, actually. Assumptions. So how to question assumptions. Okay, that's good. I think, so various approaches, right? So depending on what your assumption is, I think it's important to seek out, again, things that go against those assumptions. You have a conclusion. You believe it to be true. What would it take for you to believe that it's not true? Think about that, right? And that's the way you can start taking a look at that and seeing, and is there evidence out there to indicate maybe I am not? And you know what? It may not even be a situation where you adopt somebody else's conclusion. There is a third option. Between true and something can either be true or not true. So we're going back to logic. Something can either be true or not true. That is non-contradiction, identity, excluded middle. Except there is a third option that has nothing to do with logic. It's simply I don't know. And so many times we're afraid to say I don't know, and our bias fills in the blank. And that's where some of those assumptions can come through. So being comfortable saying I don't know is probably a good step too. How much more time do we have? 12 minutes? Well, I've got nothing else, honestly. But if y'all want to talk or say something, feel free. But to everyone at home and everything, great to see you. But this talk is over. Go to the website. There may be, by the way, on GitLab/OddJob, there may be a puzzle contest for some of the slides that you saw in here, and it may give you a free ticket to Circle CityCon. So, and the slides are up there, so you can go back and check the slides and join in the puzzle. First three people to put their correct solutions in, one solution one correct solution per person, and your first solution will be the one that's judged, unless you use multiple email addresses, which, anyway. Yeah, we'll give away 3 free tickets to 3 correct submitters. The first ones to get it in will be there, and I'm deleting information of everybody after the contest is over, so I'm not keeping your data. Hey, Circle CityCon is based in Indianapolis, the Circle City. Thank you very much. Southeast of the Windy City and northwest of the Queen City, Cincinnati. And southwest of the Summit City, Fort Wayne. Summit City? Oh, it's September 16th through the 18th. Tickets available. And they're going up in price on the 15th. There you go, enough other con things and enough self-promotion. Thanks, everyone. Hope your BSides Las Vegas was great, and enjoy your closing ceremonies. Hope you won some stuff at the auctions.